Okay, so yeah, should be live now, hopefully. So yeah, we're actually in Starro for the Starro part of the stream. We're gonna be doing the Penacony story. Try to do all of it today that I can. I don't know if I can actually, like, 100% clear everything because there's still quite a lot to do, but... Oh, I have index rewards? Yeah, I did a few simulated universe things. I also looked at my recent pools and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I ran into the new Aeon guy. Or he's not really new, of course, but um, new for me. Hadn't seen them before, at least. Um, yeah, I was looking at my pools. Gotta open the thing because I had a warp tracker up, and then I closed it for no reason. Oh, thank you for updating. Cool, amazing. Um, yeah, we're currently at about 6 pity. I think I did like 2 or 3 pools after this. Um, I'm at 997 total warps as of the time I'm putting the thing. Here, I can actually just put it on screen, I guess. Yeah, see, look at this. I, like, cannot get anything early anymore. I got, like, Silver Wolf and brought, yeah, slightly early. Um, but ever since then, I've been stuck. Like, look at all these pools. It's 81 for Yonching, 80 for Kafka, 82 by, like, everything's 70 pool, except, oh, there's Welt. For the 50-50 loss. This was my only 50-50 win was Topaz, by the way. That's my only 50-50 that I've won. And it's actually like a 56-44 or something like that, apparently. It's not even 50-50. It's skewed in my favor. I've won 12.5% of my 50-50s. By the way. Out of almost 1,000 warps. My light cones, I've won all the 75-25s, though. Even though they were at super deep pity. I would get Topazes, but... can't really. If I plan on getting Robin, at least, which I do want to get Robin. So I'm like due for something early for once, but I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm due for like a 50 pool, right? We had 50, then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 50, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, wait, there's supposed to be 5. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be like that. It could be early once, like, really, it could be early once. We got Welt at 80 pools, 50-50 loss, by the way. Just the usual, you know, standard for me losing 50-50s. Nothing different about that ever. But yeah, in case you wanted to see my pity, I also went back to Genshin for a little bit this morning. It's my first time playing that uh, since like the last stream I did of Genshin, probably. Like maybe like 1 or 2 days after that I probably played some Genshin then, but since then, yeah, I hadn't actually played. Unlike Starro, which I still played for quite a while after I stopped streaming and then came back to it before I started streaming it again. Um, but yeah, as far as updates to builds go, I finally went through and cleared out all my extra relics that I had, all the extra higher tier ones. Oh yeah, I needed to check something with one of the relic sets. Um, I don't think anyone got any improvements, unfortunately. No, Ratio actually got an improvement to his gloves and his boots, which are actually cracked. So yeah, and not only did that improve for Ratio, but I also got all these to 10-10. Just need to get this finished out, and then Ratio's finish. Be nice. I want to finish all of these characters here for this team, because this is gonna be like one of my main teams that I use probably alongside the Kafka team. But yeah, what I wanted to check was Gwenithan. Okay, so we have attack percent and break effect. Do we have any attack speed? I believe those stats are correct. I mean, this is just an upgrade, no? I don't know. She needs effect hit rate. Attack. It's like literally just attack. If anything is an upgrade. Okay, I said almost anything, but like none of these have attack percent. Does he even need speed? 137? None of the pieces are giving her speed anyway. Oh yeah, this needs to be upgraded for sure, actually. How much effect hit rate does she need? Hold on, let me Google this. I need 50% at E1. You need 60%. Okay, yeah, we're good. Unsurprisingly, I had too much effect hit rate. This is effect hit rate body. I'm shocked, I tell you. Actually. Speed, break effect. That should be an upgrade. Yeah, we're getting somewhere. With one knife, and she's getting a little bit better. I did craft another thing using my self-bottling resin. I crafted another imaginary piece, and it was garbage. But like, I don't know. I don't really know how I feel about it yet. It's like, do I really need Glamoth for ratio? Because I can't really get him to the... I can get him to the 135 speed, but I don't think I can get him to 160 speed, even with Veron May. Or Robin. I mean, I don't know. It'll depend on how much speed Robin gives. I'll have to look into that more. Yeah, I do think that's an upgrade for one item, though. Also, I starred the characters that I use a lot, because it's not my favorite characters, it's used characters. Anyway, there's also... And Deceives. There's also... Yeah, I am back to streaming Star Rail. It's been a long time since I streamed it. I streamed it like the other day just to get started on the Penacony story, and also to do the Veron May and Dr. Ratio quest because they were out. But I've been playing it a bit off stream. Like I'd been playing it for a few weeks off stream before then, and then I played it for like probably a week off stream before I stopped streaming it. As well. So there's one of these. But yeah, I started streaming it again, I think on Friday was when like last Friday, I came back to actually streaming it again and started to build some of the characters I have. And I also pulled Evan Tareen, just because I wanted to have a limited sustain character. I wanted to get Robin, and I still do want to get Robin. I lost 50-50 on her to E2 Welt. But I still think there's a chance I can get Robin with all of the Stellar Jade that I have just able to be gotten from completing quests and things like that. If not, I wouldn't mind probably buying a top-up to try to get it, but I think I can get it without it. I would get Fushvon if I didn't have... Like, I thought about getting her over Aventurine. Aventurine's pretty cracked, though. Like, my team kind of just doesn't take any health damage anymore as long as he's on that team. But I don't really have a good team for like Mono Quantum, which I think Fushuan's like really good in, and then she'd just kind of be like an upgraded version of Japard in any other team for me, which I already have that with Aventurine kind of. So I didn't really mind. And plus I also want to make a follow-up attack team, so she wouldn't really fit into that. Like it's a lot easier for me to build the follow-up attack team with Aventurine and then eventually Robin over Ruan Mei, even though Ruan Mei still works really good here. Yeah, like I don't have Sela. I didn't pull for her on her rerun, and I also didn't pull for her when well, I did pull for her like a little bit when she first came out, but I lost 50-50 to um Bronya. That's how I got my first copy of Bronya, and that was also like early pity. And I didn't even really know what pity was, and I also played on I started playing on like the last week of her banner, so I didn't really have enough time to do more pulls after that. Yeah, I don't have Sparkle either. I wasn't like I pretty much missed the entirety of Sparkle's banner. Like I didn't even play off stream during her banner. Um, I probably like if she was around during Ratio whenever he came out or whatever, then I might have been on then because I did pull like I got the free Doctor Ratio and then uh did like some daily quests for like 2 or 3 days after that, and then went back to not playing the game. But yeah, I had like 40 fuel and stuff when I came back, so I was able to upgrade most of my characters. And I had already finished Topaz and Numby before I stopped playing, but yeah, I have Topaz and Numby. Then I recently got Ratio to 10-10-10, and then I also had to unlock the weekly boss to get um, this material, so I did that last week. So yeah, I did the weekly boss last week, and then I did the weekly boss this week, which was able to get me Dr. Ratio finished off. So then next week I would be able to get Veron May or Aventurine, and the week after that the other one. Yeah, I've heard that all of the Harmony characters are busted for like the 5-star limited versions and stuff. Like even Bronya, like she was considered to be like the best character or like one of the best characters in the game before uh they came out, but I've heard that everyone's like an upgraded version of Bronya. Gallagher, yeah, I do have him, but I haven't really messed with him. I think he's like a break effect healer thing, but I don't know. I have enough healers now. It's not just Natasha and Bailu anymore. I got links from Pure Fiction. I finally went and did that the other week before I started streaming it again, so I was able to get my copy of Links. Because every banner that she's been on, I haven't been able to get her, and then on the last banner for Aventurine, I was able to get 4 more copies of her. So now that I finally got her, I get all the copies of her. Yeah, I might look into this character some eventually, but I've gotta work on my main teams for now. Like I still can't clear at least not with 20 stars, I can't clear the current Memory of Chaos, so I'd like to be able to get my account able to do that again. Oh yeah, Fuxuan also has like an effect res thing. I did forget about that. About her, but so does Aventurine. Like Aventurine gives himself like 50% effect res or something like that, and I already have him at 50%, so he's basically immune to debuffs, and then he also makes it where everyone on your team gets a bunch of effect resist as well. But yeah, I didn't know too much about these two characters because I wasn't really around for their release, but I did get both of them. And then if I upgrade them, which I don't have I don't even have the Stagnant Shadow for Gallagher unlocked yet, so I'm not able to upgrade him, even if I wanted to. I do have his Eidolon, and I've heard that there's gonna be another event that gives away a free 4-star character, and he's one of the options for the select, so I'll probably pick him. Unless there's like Yukong, because I would like to try to get E6 Yukong still. And then I've also heard this character is pretty good too. I did like upgrade her a little bit, with like her levels and stuff, but I haven't really tried her out. Yeah, I think I'd rather build a Chinchwei, uh, than her if I'm gonna be building a 4-star character, just for pure fiction. Because I also can't really clear that just yet with this account. Like, I was able to clear the levels, but I wasn't able to, like, perfect it. Yeah, I got 35 out of 36 on there, and then I was able to finish levels but not get stars. Yukong's, I think she's still, like, I don't know. I hadn't really heard too much about her. I remember when she came out, a lot of people said that she was underrated and stuff. And, like, she kind of needs E6 to really be good because her E6 allows her to keep her buffs without having to use, um, like, her skill order in the right way. Yeah, I don't. I think she would go with like um Don Hung and Bybiter, but I don't have him. Like her with Don Hung and Sparkle probably, if you wanted to have like a double harmony buff into that version of Don Hung. Yeah, I also still don't have Pela built either. I could do that because I've seen people still use Pela for like pure fiction and stuff. Um, yeah. I also got the E2 of Weld, so I could look into building him, but he's pretty situational. I don't know yet. I don't think Welt would be that good on that team. I think like you'd have to have like Sparkle for the skill point generation. Because Yukong uses quite a lot of skill points. And then obviously Don Hung. But Aventurine's pretty skill point neutral since he can apply his shields with his follow-up attack. Yeah, you could use Hanya too. Um, I kind of forget that she exists, even though I did build her a little bit. I have a few of her traces and stuff, but I don't have any relics on her for now because I have to filter all my relics for supports pretty much. Well, he's uh he's like decent sub DPS. I'm trying to like a well team that I would use was I think I have one still. Yeah, like this team for pure fiction maybe. Because he shreds defense and also makes enemies like slowed. I wouldn't use Bilo, I'd use like any other sustain. I just don't really have any good abundance characters, so I just use Bilo. And you could use like Gallagher, probably. No, I would think that Hurt is like the main DPS of this team. Because the thing with Welts is that is it his trace? Oh yeah, this. So he makes it where the enemies receive increased damage. So he's like a debuffer, and then he just has like break effect synergy kind of. So you could even use instead of Pela like Ron May. Oh, that's changed view. The wrong
If
one.
this were the simulated universe, I'd be at your mercy. But
Yeah, you could
this is
use
real
like
life.
Ron May just for a bunch of increased damage, like flat damage stuff, and then have some other sustain, like Gallagher or something. I also think that Welt is he's good for like any team where um you don't really care like if the enemies can act or not, so like Jing Liu and Welt kind of work well together. Cause yeah, I was trying to think of like a team with like Clara and Welt, because Clara and Welt could be really strong if Welt didn't apply slows. He does apply debuffs, which is good for ratio. And then Pela also applies debuffs. Like he's pretty good with Pela in general, but I don't think that he's that good with ratio just because he uses skill points that I think ratio would rather have. Because ratio is kind of like a main DPS, but um Welt uses quite a lot of skill points for not really being a main DPS. Like he can be a main DPS, um, if invested in, but he doesn't have to be for a team. But he's like really niche, is kind of my issue with Welt. I always say that I'm going to build him, but then like there's so few situations that he'd actually be useful in. But he's like really good in those situations. He's just like he delays the enemy's action, so it makes it where you can if you're able to like properly speed tune your characters and stuff and like plan all that kind of stuff out for stuff like Memory of Chaos. He's really good there. I don't think that he would be the best in like pure fiction, but just for like Memory of Chaos, making it where one turn lasts for a really long time. He just like slows down the pace of an actual turn, which most of the time I do it the opposite way and speed up my characters so that way they're able to act multiple times in turns. But you can make it where your characters can be whatever speed, and then you slow down the enemies instead. So he's like the opposite of Asta, kind of. Asta speeds up your characters, so he slows down the enemies. Is like the way that I think about it. And then he also makes it where they take more damage whenever he uses his ultimate. But I still prefer like having the faster speed because it feels a lot more satisfying to plan out. Like with my Kafka and Asta setup, right now I can currently get them over like 210 speed, so that way she's able to act 2 times per turn. In Memory of Chaos. If I use her and Asta. And then if I use her, Asta, and like Veron May, she gets to like 250 speed. So every like other turn, she gets like 3 actions per turn. Or something like that, because I have her light cone from her rerun. Two questions, okay. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was gonna see increased damage received, 20% damage for weakness break.
Looks like we're working together on this one. I suppose an extra pair of eyes won't hurt.
Yeah, I think this team could work for Welt as well. Let me see if I have... Oh yeah, I still have the imaginary pieces for my Dr. Ratio. Well, they were from Welt, and then I gave them to Dr. Ratio temporarily. I don't have imaginary speed boots for Welt. Let me try out this team.
Do you want to enter the Forgotten?
Okay.
Sound lingers.
Feeling lucky.
Stay.
Eternal. Oh. Yeah. Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Liquidation!
Unscathed. Unscathed.
The market is right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Sure, I'll play along. Ah,
Component damage.
Leave it to me.
Unscathed.
I'm fine. You know nothing of the weight behind this. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Unscathed.
watch your head. Hedge your bets.
Some value,
I didn't
I
even really get to
suppose.
see like what Welt does there, because enemies
Existence
kind of died too
is
quickly.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let the valuation begin!
But I feel like this team would work well, decently well.
Threat raised. All in. Component damage. Suppress.
Grace and elegance.
Easy, Numby!
Yeah, I was gonna say, if I get like a
Every
weakness
petal, all
break
will be swept
from the
away by
imaginary
wind.
weakness break, and then add
Sure,
the
I'll play
weakness
along.
break extension on them, like that character is never gonna get a chance to take another turn, pretty much.
Threat raised.
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Grace and elegance.
But they're also just dead to
Component
Numby.
damage.
Liquidation!
Watch your head.
Component damage.
Ah,
The market market is
Yeah, I was trying to
unpredictable.
see just how long it's gonna take this thing to get a turn, because they still haven't attacked yet, right? Ever since their weakness has been broken once. Like, they haven't even been able to make it to where the weakness break extension's been applied, I'm pretty sure.
Stand down.
Threat raised.
There's more to life.
Component damage.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure nobody just one-shots this thing. Oh,
Mission failed.
never mind. So yeah, like, that's kind of the use of, well, it's just making it where... because he applies slows on top of the imaginary weakness break, they just don't get to take another turn. Or it's slow blows.
Stay back, Clara. Target threat index annihilate. Stay back, Clara.
I want to protect everyone. Help me, Mr. Tara. Oh.
Yeah, and you can kind of just swap out Topaz forever. Like, I just thought Topaz would work well with Aventurine, but that seemed to be pretty good skill point wise, so I wonder. I think you'd want an AoE damage dealer, so you could even have like Kafka here. If I wanted... Let me see if I just made it where Wells was the carry. See how that changes things.
Sounds linger.
Cool it.
Feeling lucky.
Stay.
Eternal.
1,000 wonders to fight as one!
Oh. Existence is unity. Every petal, all will be swept
Oh
away
yeah, I
by
didn't
the
need
wind.
to use a skill point there.
Let's be friends.
Ah.
Threat raised.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
38k.
Threat raised.
Some value, I
Okay.
suppose.
Unscathed.
Yeah, what light cone do I have on Wells? Oh yeah, it's this one. It needed to be the imaginary weakness break. Not anyway.
No dirty tricks, alright.
Suppress.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head. I hit the mark.
Component damage.
Leave it to me.
Mission failed.
Anyway, zero cycle that
Welcome,
half.
customers.
You know nothing of the weight behind. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
There's more to life.
Hedge your bets. Spend freely.
Let's begin.
Component damage.
A 1,000 wonders to raise your fight as one!
You know nothing of survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Grace and elegance. Eternal.
Sure, I'll play along. Ah.
Component damage.
Seize the moment!
Hold on, I kind of just remembered the fact
Every petal
of
all
why
will
you
be
actually
swept
bring
away
Wells
by
to
the
these
wind.
types of things. It's so that where you don't have to bring a sustain. So I want to try this team in a second, but with instead of bringing Aventurine, I bring Branya
Threat raised.
Hedge your bets.
or Asta maybe.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Component damage.
Watch your head.
Threat raised. Mission failed.
Yeah!
Ah.
It's... Let me try instead of having Evan terrain. You just make it where welts.
Sound
Only one dealing damage.
Cool it. Show your courage.
Stay.
Existence is unity. 1,000 wonders to raise your finest one. Oh.
Yeah, Bronya does Act 4 well. That's good.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind. Lend me your strength.
You know
Okay, so
nothing
this
of the
isn't
weight behind
the
this
most
power.
damage this can do,
Survive
but
or be destroyed.
it's gonna
There
do
is no
quite a
other
lot.
choice.
Component damage.
I do have to break this thing's weakness for this to actually work.
Unscathed. Copy.
Troublesome.
Suppress.
Yeah, but I don't want it does get to move. But as soon as this
Lend me your
weakness breaks, it should no longer be
Let's
able
begin.
to move. I didn't know how to punch.
Component damage.
Seize the moment.
I'm gonna try to hold all of their skills and just a basic attack
Component damage.
and see if it can even attack me.
Component damage.
A thousand wonders to raise.
Okay, so this is gonna be slightly wasted, but I just want to see what the maximum damage Welt can do is.
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind. Eternal. We've entered the storm. To guard and defend, crush them.
You know nothing of the weight behind this.
Okay, he like barely has any crit rate, so if this crits that would be nice, but he's probably not even gonna crit. How fast is he? 50? It's not bad.
Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Yeah, I don't think that was a crit. Did 80k true targets as well.
Let's be friends.
Yeah, if I don't break their weaknesses, this team doesn't work. You have to do that.
There's always a weakness. Lend
And
me your
ideally, you
strength.
break up Welt
Let's begin.
or some form of imaginary damage.
Component damage.
There's more to life. Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Caution me well.
You know nothing of the weight. Survive or be destroyed. There is no other choice.
Seize the moment. 1,000 wonders.
Okay, so I'm just gonna use basic attacks from now. I had an auto block that. Oh, that's fine.
Threat raised.
Just want to see how long until this thing can actually hit me.
We've entered the storm. To guard and defend, crush them.
Threat raised.
It's just basics.
Threat raised.
There's more to. Joke.
Component
Let's be
damage.
friends.
Mission failed.
Yeah, see, like it moved down in the action order all the way to like the next cycle. Well, that's kind of the reason why you run Welt on teams. It's not so that way. It's not to like necessarily increase your damage, it's to make it where the enemies can't even like hit you. So you don't even really need a sustain. I kind of forgot. Like, that's why Welt was used for a while, but now there's like so many OP sustains that it's just kind of better to have a sustain because they usually have some other effect that makes them worthwhile. Like Aventurine, having a follow-up attack, it's AoE, and also its ultimate makes it where the enemy takes more crit damage. And also does a lot of damage as well, it's based off of its defense, which can get pretty large. Plus it increases their effect resistance, it makes it where his own crit rate's massive as well, so he just does a ton of damage himself. Like, compare Aventurine to Japard. Like, you would want to run Welt if you only had Japard as your sustainer, right? Because, like, all Japard can really do is just give you a shield and freeze people. But if you had Welt, then you wouldn't even need the shield because you would just have people permanently stuck in prison, jail, especially with Ranmei. Like, I'm pretty sure Ranmei is probably the best combination for him. Just because of her delay action from the ultimate. Oh yeah, I want to test my new one iPhone. And I also don't really know how to fight this Aventurine. His imaginary resist. Well, the thing is, like, you have to deal, like, AoE damage against him with all of your characters. Oh, hold on, I have drops to collect. You sure? Twitch is telling me I have notifications, which I'm assuming are the drops, but it's not actually letting me claim the drops. Yeah, how do I fight this Aventurine? Like, okay, you're back. So, why Topaz is good? That's the first one. Well, Topaz, on her own, can be, like, a main DPS if you build around her. Like, I have her kind of built for that. She gives herself a ton of crit damage and damage multipliers from her ultimate. On her follow-up attack. Her follow-up attack can happen if she CC'd, unlike Jing Yuan. She's single target damage, and then she applies a debuff on an enemy that makes it where they get attacked by Numbi, and also take more follow-up attack damage. And also her basic attack counts as a follow-up from her Ascension passive. So basically, she just does like a lot of fire-type damage to a single target enemy that's marked by her follow-up attack. And she also does like pretty good damage just from her basic attack because her follow-up attack doesn't require you to use her skill. Like, her skill makes her do more damage than her basic attack, but she can kind of be either skill point neutral or skill point positive or skill point negative, depending on like whatever you need her to do. Like, if you wanted her to be like your main DPS and do something like wait, team builder. If you wanted to do something like Branyo, like this, where Topaz is the main DPS, that can work and she can use all the skill points. Or you can do something like
Keep to
this and have
yourself,
Topaz be a sub
gambler, and
DPS that
spare
just.
me the false display of concern.
I was gonna say you can just have Topaz be like the sub DPS that just applies her debuff and then spams basic attacks. Although she can still use skill points on this team because this team has enough skill point positive characters to where she can even spam skill points alongside Ratio. And she makes it where wherever her target's marked, they take increased follow-up attack damage. So Ratio and Aventurine's follow-up attacks get buffed. Or you can do something like this. I'm gonna run out of this.
Topaz, what a coincidence! Guess I should see this as a business trip.
Like if you have Topaz on this team, it buffs Kafka's follow-up attack damage. This is kind of like a Kafka hyper carry team. This isn't like the best version of it, but it's like a version of it that you can play. She just basically makes it where whatever follow-up attack character you want, they deal increased damage to a single target. On fire, Gallagher, Himiko asked at her. Yeah, that would work. You can use either her or Gwenhyphen in that spot, or you can even swap Himiko for Gwenhyphen on that team if you wanted to have Topaz be the main DPS. But with that would probably be Himiko as main DPS, since she can hit multiple targets a bit easier. Like, the main issue with Topaz is that she's only single target because she's a hunt character. But her follow-up attacks happen so often. Like, after her ultimate's triggered, I don't necessarily know how this works, but basically whenever you use her ultimate, her follow-up attack happens like a lot faster for 2 times. And even at E0 and no energy recharge, this ability here makes it where she can basically spam ult like every other action. Like, as soon as she uses ult, once she uses her 2 charges and then has a turn where she can't use her ult, the turn after that she can use her ult again. Like, it's pretty much always up, even though I'm just using an attack percent rope. Like, I don't even have energy recharge on her. That's just how fast it is. Yeah, it's a lot of text, but it's basically like, let me see. Yeah, ultimate makes it where your follow-up attack or your skill, because your follow-up attack and the skill itself are basically the same thing, which your follow-up attack is from your talent. You deal increased damage, just flat damage by 150%, and then your crit damage increases by 25% for 2 follow-up attacks. And then your skill, you throw Numby at someone, and it gives them a debuff that makes them take 50% more damage from follow-up attacks. The Numby attack itself does 150% of Topaz's attack, so it's basically just 50% more than her basic attack. Or like 1.5 times her basic attack damage, so that's why you can just use her basic attack and still be fine. And it's considered a follow-up attack, which makes it where your talent gets proc, because every time that a follow-up attack is triggered, there's like a Numby on the skill order thing on the left. There's a Numby, and that Numby will just do a follow-up attack, and that follow-up attack deals 150% of Topaz's attack damage. Yeah, you can also use Silverwolf in any mono team just to make it where you apply the correct typing on whatever enemy. But Silverwolf is really skill point heavy, so that is something to consider. And then also, it depends on like what you have Silverwolf built for as well. Like, I have my Silverwolf built as a sub DPS, so she wouldn't necessarily be the greatest if I had like 2 DPSs, just because her defense is really low and stuff. Silverwolf or Topaz, because Topaz just works on any team that you have a follow-up attack character in. Like, she works with Clara, because Clara is every time that Clara gets hit, she launches the follow-up attack, so she works well with her. Works well with March or Aventurine. They both have follow-up attacks based on getting hit. Silverwolf, yeah. Some people don't build her as a sub DPS just because her damage isn't like the greatest, but it's still pretty good. And then if you have like Eidolons or her, like on her
Hey,
damage is still fine.
Kafka. Can I go off script this time?
But yeah, when I used to run Mono Fire, I think I ran something like this. And I did do a Memory of
Lady
Chaos where I
Asa, how's your mother been?
had
We should hang out more.
Mono Fire. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this was the team that I would run. Because the Preservation Trailblazer is still pretty good. For this. And then whenever you break somebody's weakness, it gives them the fire debuff. And then you could use Gwenhyfin to apply a fire debuff and Asta to apply a fire debuff. So then whenever you use Gwenhyfin's ult, it does a lot of damage. Yeah, I could see Topaz and Himiko working well. The main issue is that Topaz only makes it where one enemy takes that increased damage, so well, it's not necessarily like a negative thing, it's just not like the most effective thing. Gwenhyfin do. She makes it where enemies take increased damage if they're burned. Yeah, from her talent. So when Gwenhyfin is on the field, there's a 100% base chance to apply Fire Kiss to an enemy after their burn status causes damage. So anytime that they take a burn damage, they get a stack of Fire Kiss, which can be up to 3 stacks, and it just makes them take 7% increased damage per stack, so up to 21% extra damage. And whenever you use her skill, she puts a fire debuff on 3 different enemies and a blast. So, it is better on a dot team, but it can still be used on non-dot teams. Like, it's still just... Like, Gwenhyfin's kind of like a dot version of Pela, where you can use her on a dot team, but you can even, like... I've talked about it before, you don't even really need Gwenhyfin to have, like, attack. You can build her like a Harmony character, and just give her like a bunch of effect hit rate to make sure that she applies her debuff. But it's not like the most effective use of her, but it is a use of her that you can use.
The gong.
But yeah, she's kind of like... She basically applies Pela's ultimate, but like a little bit less effective in a way, to like 3 enemies. So she's like a Pela that's a sub DPS kind of, in a way. Is a better way to think about it, I guess. And then yeah, Asta and Preservation Trailblazer. Preservation Trailblazer to keep everyone alive. And even like I don't have this Preservation Trailblazer
Do you want to enter the forgotten?
equipped with any items, and they'll still probably take a second to die, like if I go and test them real quick. Let me see if I can find something with a fire weakness. Go ahead, run me. I'll show that off in a sec. I just want to test this real quick.
Found your weakness.
I always use Asta to start combat over Gwenhyfin, just because it makes it where Asta doesn't have to use a skill point.
Everyone's a customer.
Yeah, currently my Trailblazer doesn't have any items. They do have a light cone on, but yeah, they don't have any relics on. And they probably still won't even die during this fight.
No manners,
Just because the Preservation Trailblazer is really interesting. They just kind of don't take damage.
Liquidation.
The market is unpredictable.
Right. Investing in victory means playing the long game.
Yeah, this is using Topaz as like a mini DPS. Hey, they're at half HP.
I'm on guard.
But they didn't have their
Lance ablaze.
taunt active.
Forward.
Scared yet? Ooh,
I've heard that the new Trailblazer is also busted. The Harmony one. Although I haven't looked at them yet.
Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
But yeah, okay, so currently Topaz has her ultimate up, so she has like a ton of extra crit damage on her follow-up attack. Yeah, here's like her current stats with his team setup. But yeah, as you can see, Numby gets to attack there, and then he does the follow-up attack and apply the burn debuff.
Evaluation begin.
So if we look at this enemy, as you can see, they have the burn on them, but they don't have the debuff from Ivan yet. Once they use her ultimate, they'll get 1 stack of it. Yeah, now they have 1 stack of fire kits, and also fire kits can't be removed by cleanses from enemies. Like the enemy Bronya during the Cocolia boss fight can cleanse all debuffs. It can't actually remove the fire kits debuff, and it makes it where they just take extra damage. So yeah, if I use Topaz's skill, it puts the little Numby symbol on them, and that just makes it where Numby attacks them whenever he launches a follow-up, and it also makes it where they take more follow-up damage. So instead, I can just use my basic attack, because it basically does the same amount of damage as my follow-up attack. Like it does... or the follow-up attack does 1.5 times your basic attack damage, so it doesn't really matter which one you use. But it's still really strong.
No manners, huh?
Yeah, it stacks up to 3 times as well. So if you have 3 unique burns on an enemy, which you can get with this team pretty easily, then it makes it where they take 21% increased damage. And then yeah, if I use Numby, that makes it where Numby launches this follow-up attack afterwards as well. Yeah, this enemy doesn't have any burns on them, so they haven't even gotten fire kits yet. And then when I use Topaz's ult, it doesn't do anything initially, but see how Numby is like energized now on the turn order thing? That just means that whenever I do pretty much anything, Numby's going to launch a follow-up attack. And then the little dots next to Topaz's icon indicate how many times Numby has that enhanced attack. And if I used the skill, it would use up one of those charges, because it also enhances your skill. So you can either use it on a skill or the follow-up attack. And then Ruan Mei, she kind of just fits on any team at the moment. Like, I think that even more so than Sparkle, you can pretty much slot Ruan Mei onto any team in the game at the moment, and it would be an upgrade. Like on this team, you would just take out Topaz and put Ruan Mei. Or you could even take out March 7th. Would actually probably be better. Here, let's go back to Topaz. Or maybe even... I think this is actually the play. But you can have Ruan Mei here. The main issue with Ruan Mei on like this specific team is that the enemies won't get to attack. Yeah, the Numby does like a ridiculous amount of damage. It's partially just because my Topaz is really cracked, because I have like really good Topaz relics because I farmed the domain that you get Kafka relics from pretty much every day that I was off stream. So I was able to make my Kafka insane. Like, she has like almost 4,000 attack and 145 speed. From her pieces, but anytime, like with that domain, you get pieces of this relic set, and you also get pieces of this relic set, so my Topaz relics are pretty good too. Like, they're all crit rate, crit damage, with decent amounts. But yeah, with Ruan Mei, like, she doesn't really work with Clara specifically just because Clara wants to be attacked. But what her ultimate does is it makes it where whenever an enemy has their weakness broken, they get a flower above their head. And the first time that they try to get up after their weakness is broken, it makes the flower disappear, and it makes it where they don't get up for that one time. And it delays their action by a little bit, depending on how fast the enemy is. Will depend on how effective that is, but if the enemy has like a burn or an electric dot on them, they'll take that when they try to get up. So it makes it where your dots get like an extra application kind of for dot teams. So she works really well with Kafka or Knifen teams. But her ultimate also makes it where all of your characters get increased damage or armor penetration for all damage types. So regardless of whatever damage type they are, like they can be an electric damage dealer, fire damage dealer, ice damage dealer, they'll all get that extra damage. And then she also, whenever she uses her skill, she makes it where all of your characters just get flat damage increase, like up to 48% damage increase or something like that. Or no, I think it's like up to 60% damage increase, just like a flat damage multiplier, based off of her break effect. So you have to get her break effect really hot. And then whenever you break an enemy's weakness with any of your characters, if Ruan Mei is on your team, then you also get a bunch of extra damage whenever you break their weaknesses, based on Ruan Mei's break effects. So you want to get her break effect up to like 180% and then get her speed up, and then after that you can just give her a bunch of like defensive stats. But I do have my Ruan Mei built as a sub DPS, because she has my old Asta pieces that were for sub DPS Asta. And the main issue with that is that she only has one damaging ability being her basic attack, and it's not that good. So I don't recommend sub DPS for her, but I do have her built for that. And then she also gives everyone, I think, plus 20 speed flat. Let's see if I can find that. Or no, she increases speed for all characters, excluding her by 9.2%. At level 7, which that'll increase whenever I get that to level 10. So it's probably going to be like 10% speed buff as well. And then Ruan Mei's also kind of broken. Ruan Mei and Topaz are both broken in the simulated universe. Because Topaz will, whenever you use her skill, she makes it where, or her technique in the overworld, she'll like, she can find treasure chests. As long as she's in the overworld, Numby will just run over to a treasure chest and find that if you have any that you need to find, which is pretty good for exploration. But in Simulated Universe, Numby will make it where trotters don't run away, which is really useful, and also in the overworld too, but it's mainly useful in Simulated Universe for trying to catch trotters if they're like in the overworld. And then if you use her technique in the Simulated Universe, that's just for her existing on field. But if you use her technique, then she makes it where if you win the battle, you have a chance of obtaining a curio at the end of battle, and you also get increased currency at the end of the battle too, which is kind of useful for Simulated Universe. The same thing happens in the overworld too. If you use Topaz's skill, then whenever you win the battle, you get increased credits up to like a certain amount per day, which is useful if you like go through the entire overworld and clear all of the you get an extra 10,000 bonus credits, or like maximum extra 10,000 per day. So if you do like full overworld clears, like I used to do before they added the stuff onto the Lofu, and you like go to every individual overworld enemy and fight them, then you can get some extra credits from that. But I don't really do that anymore. I probably should do that because that gets you like, it probably gets you like 500,000 credits a day now, just for going around and fighting enemies in the overworld. It used to get like 300,000 credits a day, which is pretty useful if you are trying to save Trailblaze power and not want to spend any Trailblaze power on credits. But I also get like the battle pass and stuff, so I don't really need to do that because the credits are useful there. But with Ruan Mei, whenever you use her technique in the simulated universe, you see if it even says it here. Okay, so after using the technique, you gain your passive from your skill, which makes it where all of your damage increases by a certain percent, and also all of your characters break weaknesses a little bit easier too. So like the amount that the bar goes down increases whenever you hit an enemy's weakness. In Simulated Universe, whenever you use it, enemies will always be regarded as attacking their weakness to enter battle, so it's kind of like using Silver Wolf's technique to start a battle. But you can do it with any character. So like if you swap to a different character after using her technique, then it works there too. And this attack can reduce all enemies' toughness regardless of weakness type, so it's like an AoE Silver Wolf hit. And then for every blessing that you own, you deal more toughness break damage by 100%. So basically, if you own like a couple of blessings, then you basically one-shot all the enemies as soon as you use her technique. Like you one-shot their toughness bar. Yeah, that's just her technique in the simulated universe. In the overworld, her technique just makes it where you don't have to use a skill point to have her skill active, basically. Or like if you're doing it for Memory of Chaos, you use her technique and then you don't have to use a skill point at the start of battle. And if you have an energy regen rope on her and you use her technique at the start of battle, then you can just do a basic attack with her on the first turn and you get her ultimate active on the first turn. And yeah, her skill is that you deal increased damage and increase toughness bar damage. And then her ultimate makes it where your all-type resistance penetration, so your all-type damage penetration that goes through their resistances and stuff, is increased by a certain percentage. And then you also deal a ton of extra break effect damage whenever you break an enemy's weakness, and it also makes it where they can't act for one turn or an additional turn after their weakness is broken, basically. And then yeah, her talent is active regardless if you have her skill active. So you just get a free 10% speed boost to your team. And then whenever you break an enemy's weakness, Ron May deals damage to the enemy target equal to 100% of her ice break damage, basically, as well. So, or it'll be even more than 100%. So, yeah, whenever you break an enemy's weakness, regardless of if you have your skill active or not, you just deal a bunch of extra damage. But yeah, that's just her at E0. Her E1's also broken, because whenever your ultimate is active, then you just also ignore 20% of a target's defense. So I do want to get her E1 whenever she comes back around, because that just sounds broken. And then I think her light cone was on the tamer side, if I remember. Let's see if I can pull that up. It'll be in the data bank. Increases wearer break effect by 60% when the wearer uses their ultimate, increases all allies' damage by 24% for 3 turns. Okay, so yeah, it is broken, actually, as well. Should the wearer's break effect exceed or equal 150% one skill... Okay, so whenever you use her ultimate, if you have more than 150% break effect, then you gain a skill point back. And then at the start of each wave, all allies regenerate 10 energy immediately. But yeah, that's actually pretty busted as well. That's like having a Harmony character as your light cone. Like, that's kind of like having an Asta as your light cone, in a way. Or, not Asta, probably like a slightly worse version of Tingyun as your light cone. And the story, so far, I haven't finished Penacony's story yet. I did like the Ruan May quest, and then I thought that the Dr. Ratio one that followed it was okay. But yeah, the Ruan May one seemed pretty interesting, where you're like having to fight the bug and stuff. But the Dr. Ratio one, where you're on trial for Herta's doll being attacked, was not that interesting, but it was kind of fun seeing that mechanic. Yeah, I think that she's probably the best out of the Harmony characters for now, but her, Sparkle, and Robin are like relatively equal power level. Like, I don't know between which one out of Sparkle or Robin is better because I don't know too much about their individual kits, but I've heard that they're both like relatively equal in power to Ruan Mei, but Ruan Mei has like a slight edge just because she gives a bunch of damage. Like the main issue with Ruan Mei is that she herself doesn't deal that much damage. But I've heard that Robin has like some pretty broken mechanics. I did do her character trial, but I wasn't able to figure out much from that. But let me go to the event work. Or can I just I just wanted to see the details. So yeah, her talent, she increases all crit damage by a certain percent, and then after allies attack enemy target, Robin regenerates 2 energy for herself. Let's see, increased damage dealt by all allies by 25%. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of like Ruan Mei's ability there. And then this is where Robin gets really strong. So she enters a concerto state, increases all allies attack by 15.2% of Robin's plus 50. So you do have to build her with having a bunch of attack, but it looks like she has a bunch of attack boost traces, so that won't be too big of an issue. After every attack by allies, Robin deals additional physical damage equal to the percentage of her attack with a 100% crit rate, 100% or 150% crit damage. And then while in the concerto state, Robin can't be crowd controlled and cannot enter turn or take action until it ends. Okay, so she can't do anything while she's in the concerto state, it's just everyone else. And then there's an action order thing with it. And the countdown has a fixed speed of 90. So yeah, Robin can't do anything herself during the concerto state, but whenever her allies do something, then she's able to deal damage or whatever. I guess that makes it where her skill's active for longer because she won't be able to take a turn. And then I've also heard that whenever you use the ultimate, it makes it where all of your characters are instantly able to act. So it's like using a Bronya skill on all of your characters at once instead of just one character. And yeah, action forward, 25%, so everybody gets to act first. While the Concerto state is active, the crit damage dealt when all allies launch follow-up attacks increases by 25%, so that's good for specifically follow-up attack characters, and then when using skill, regenerates 5 energy, okay. So yeah, it looks like she has like a lot of ways to regenerate energy, and she's just like about spamming your ultimate. And then I know that Sparkle like increases the I know that Sparkle increases the amount of. Just want to see who all has Sparkle anyway. Yeah, that's a lot of people. I didn't get her because I wasn't really playing whenever she was out. She makes it where you have like a bunch of extra skill points. Recovers 4 skill points for team. Yeah, that's her ultimate, and then gives them a damage boost. Or it increases the damage boost from the skill by 10%. Or from the talent. Increases the maximum number of skill points by 2. Whenever an ally consumes a skill point, all damage increases by 6%. Up to 3 times. So up to 18%, so that can go to 28% after using your ultimate, I guess. Increase crit damage for a single target. Okay, so her skill is like a Bronya ult for 1 person. And also increases that ally's action forward. So yeah, kind of like Bronya's skill as well. They have mono quantum buffs. Crit damage boost effects provided by the skill will be extended. Okay, I guess it's... Yeah, she seems pretty strong. And Cypher effect granted by levels spent less, 1 extra turn, and then can increase attack. Yeah, that would be pretty good. And then, yeah, I'm imagining that's pretty good light cone for it, just because that light cone's really strong. So yeah, all the characters seem really strong. I do think that Veron May takes the edge, but like they're all pretty strong. Like they're all just direct upgrades of Bronya in a way, or like Bronya or Tingyun or Asta. So all of the previous best Harmony characters are just like different, better iterations of them. Although I don't really know if I would pull for them if I had one of them. Is like the thing. Like if I already have Veron May, I probably wouldn't pull for Sparkle. If I already had Sparkle, I probably wouldn't pull for Robin. If I already had Robin, I probably wouldn't pull for Veron May. Well, I do want to get Robin, just so that way I can get two, or I can use her on 2 teams. Because I can. The main issue with my Veron May is that I can only use her on 1 team, but the main 2 teams that I like to use both use Veron May. So this team, the follow-up attack team uses Veron May, and then the dot team uses Veron May. Probably swap this out for links. Yeah, Bronya's still busted too. Like, I still would rather get copies of Bronya than any other character out of the copies. Yeah, who did I choose? I chose... I think I chose Clara for my 300 because I already had a copy of Bronya. But if I didn't have a copy of Bronya, then I would choose Bronya. Yeah, currently the only 5-star character from the standard banner I don't have is Himiko. So that's like part of the reason why I can't complete Pure Fiction is because I don't have Himiko. Or I really don't have any Air Edition characters built that well. Like my only ones that are built well are like Jing Yuan and slightly Herta. But the rest of my Air Edition characters are all not built because Air Edition characters were really bad for a long time, and then Pure Fiction came out, so they're actually useful now for that mode. So I just haven't gone and built them. But yeah, I have E2 Welts, E1 Japard, E1 Bronya, E2 Yanqing, E0 Clara, and then no Himiko out of the standard. Yeah, what is Himiko's E1? I'm assuming you already have Himiko if you wanted to build a mono pyro team. Or it's... Raise speed by 20%. That doesn't seem that useful, but it's not bad. So every time you use your talent, you get a 2-turn 20% speed boost. I guess that depends on, like, you could maybe use that to, like, have attack percent boost instead of speed boosts, maybe depending on speed tuning. This ability seems really good, though. Convergence. Yeah, I've always wanted to use the Herta Himiko team, but I just don't have Himiko, so I can't. Fortunately. I do have my Herta built, though. Or, like, somewhat built. I built her, like, a little bit before Pure Fiction came out, but I, like, stopped playing as soon as Pure Fiction came out, so I didn't really try it until later. I do have my Herta built a little bit. Like, her traces are leveled up some. She does have relics, but they're not the greatest. And then, yeah, she's E6, just from Simulated Universe and pools. Yeah, I definitely like to build an AoE team, but my characters, like my AoE damage dealers, are just not really built. Like, I really do want to build Xing Shui, especially for pure fiction and stuff. It's just I haven't had the resources for it. But yeah, whenever I was doing the I do have E6 of her now, but I just haven't. Like, it's really hard to justify farming the relics for Xing Shui since you have to farm this domain, and this domain sucks to farm because you either get these relics or you get relics that no one uses. Um, but yeah, whenever I was doing the Swarm Disaster Simulated Universe, when I had to clear it for the first time with 3 different paths, for the last path I did Elation with Clara, and I forgot to give my Clara relics, and she was still able to clear it. So ever since then, I've thought that Clara's been busted. I didn't just use Clara. Like, there are people that can beat Swarm Disaster with, like, just Clara. But I did beat it without her having relics on, because I had forgotten to equip them on her at the time. So yeah, once I saw that, I started to actually build my Clara, so she's, like, somewhat built. But she's still kind of niche use, unfortunately. Yeah, propagation in Tway is really good. Or if you had, like, the, Don Hung Imbibitor. He's kind of like Shin Tway, but, like, 5-star version. But they're both pretty good. I've heard this character is also good, but I haven't tried them and kind of talked about them before. But there's also the new character. I've heard that they're not just a 5-star version of Ching Chui, that Jade character. They're a 5-star Air Edition Quantum character, but I am interested to see what they do. But yeah, I think I did try Ching Chui in Swarm Disaster once, just to, like, try it out with some basic relics and stuff. And I was able to do some stuff with her, but I don't really remember it. But yeah, I think... Oh yeah, I also, while I think you were gone at the time or something, I was doing some tests with Welt to try some stuff out with him. And I remembered that whenever the game first came out, what people used Welt for, because that's where you saw, like, a lot of use, was whenever you did Forgotten Hall, you could just put Welt on a team like this. Or actually, let me go. Yeah, you could put Welt on a team like this in Memory of Chaos, because the idea behind Welt is that you don't really need a sustain unit on your team because he slows down the enemies so much that they don't get to attack you. And so I did some tests with that, and I was able to see, like, the enemy's weakness, or the enemies, like, go down on the turn order and stuff. But if I was to use Welt now, I think his best team that I could make would be something like this, maybe, would be the best Welt team. Just to have, like, Welt as, like, a hyper carry and just buff him up as much as you can, using either, like, Ting Yun or Bronya or Acid, just some other buffer here. Just because he doesn't need the sustain characters. Hey, I was gonna see, does anyone... I dang, no friend clearance information available. Interesting. I guess Yango hasn't done these. Because I have Yango on my friends list, but... Does nobody clear the Memory of Chaos anymore? Guess it's just me. Well, there's still 18 days of it, to be fair. I don't think I did this one day one, but I did this one a few days ago. I'm not sure when it came out, though. It just happened to be out, so I did it. Yeah, Su Shang. I made Su Shang work on my free-to-play account when I used to do that. Yeah, there's definitely some characters I'd like to revisit at some point. Like, I think that it'd be cool to revisit Luca, for example. Maybe build like a Luca team where he's like the focus, because I think he's like seen as more of a main DPS now, or like sub DPS. He's kind of like in a wealth position where he can be main DPS or sub DPS. But yeah, people. I remember when he came out, people thought he was going to be really useful with Kafka, but then, like at the same time, they also released One Hyphen, who's just like a better version of Sampo, and Sampo's also kind of better than Luca because of the AOE damage and stuff. Yeah, I didn't stream the Memory of Chaos when I did it. Like, I just streamed a little bit of Memory of Chaos gameplay like a few minutes ago, just me testing out different teams. That's mostly all that I use Memory of Chaos for now once I clear it, but I would like to be able to get the last star and 36 star it, but currently just at 35 stars. Yeah, I think I can auto up to MOC 9 at the moment, but I can't auto MOC 10. I don't think, just because the reason I don't think I can auto it is not because my characters are too weak. I think it's this enemy. Here's Sam. I think they have like unique effects to them that would mess up the autoplay for me. And same thing with this guy. I don't even really know how to fight this enemy, and that's kind of my issue. Because like I can make it all the way to that enemy and still have like 5 turns left, and then it takes me like 8 turns to defeat them. Yeah. There's like I've heard some people saying that like even certain characters like Ron May and stuff are really broken to the point to where there might be people that wanting to do challenge runs where they like beat Memory of Chaos using like 4-star characters or something like that instead, depending on like how much of a whale you are and stuff like that. I know that there's like the PvP mode with Memory of Chaos that has like balance around whales and stuff, but whales are still really strong in that. It's just like a fan-created PvP thing. It's not like an actual in-game mode. Yeah, like this enemy, like I don't really know what I'm supposed to do against him because I know that you have to hit like multiple dices at once to make it where your where your characters don't get like one tapped. But all of my support characters are just single target except like Asta. And then that also depends on if they have skill points at the time or not. So it's like, what am I supposed to bring like Wealth as a sub DPS for this? Like, is this supposed to be the thing? Let's see if there's something like this. Like, I don't even know. Because, like, the main issue with this is that it's also, like, imaginary resistant, too. Like, all of these characters hit AoE. So it's like a team that could work, but it also uses infinite skill points, so that wouldn't really be that much of an option. But, like, Acolia is not an issue for me, it's just the other team. Like, Acolia and these two enemies aren't really, like, a problem. It's mainly just the Aventurine boss. Yeah, I think it's partially just my supports aren't really built that well. Like, my supports, they're built on traces, but they're not built on their actual relics, just because I very rarely farm this domain. But if I farmed it more, then I would be able to have them built properly. Like, they just don't really have that good of defensive stats when they don't really need other stats. Like, she doesn't really need 50% crit rate, but I also like having her as a sub DPS. I do want her to have 50% crit rate, but yeah. It's just stuff like
Do
that,
you want to enter
I
the...
think. Like, my everyone May is currently built as a sub DPS. But that's partially just because I haven't actually farmed relics for her. Her relics are just ones that I had on Asta. But I still need to farm relics for her because she's not at full effectiveness because she needs more break effects. I think she needs like 180% break effects to get her full buffs across, and she's currently at 125, which is pretty bad. So I definitely need to increase it. If I had her light cone, that would be a lot easier because I'd already have an additional 11%. That light cone's still pretty good for her. Yeah, I pretty much like with the self-modeling resin, I either make speed shoes of whatever relic I'm looking for, or I build planar sphere. Like I did use the self-modeling resin earlier to make a Glamoth piece that was imaginary damage boost for my doctor ratio, but it ended up not being that good, so I had to throw it away. So that was kind of a waste of it, but yeah, I either use it on speed boots, damage percent, planar sphere, or energy recharge, flank rope, just because those are the best ones. Rowan May, her build is where is she at? Yes, she's not on my team. Yeah, you just want to have like as much speed and break effect as possible, pretty much. Well, really, you get your break effect up to 180% break effect, and then after that, you can build like speed as much as you can, break effect up to 180%, and then HP and defense. That's all you really need after that. But I have her with like a bunch of crit rate and crit damage, which isn't really necessary. All she really needs is just that break effect. And then I do like to have an energy regen rope on her, even though my regen rope's not the best because it doesn't have any break effect. It does have a ridiculous amount of crit damage though. And then I use this planar sphere set on her, but you can probably, or it's like probably better to use like broken keel or something like that. But I kind of prefer to have the extra energy regenerate or regenerate on her. I'm not sure if she actually needs it to do what I use her to do, which is to use her auto attack or her basic attack on the first turn to use her ultimate. I don't know if she needs that or this planar sphere set for that, but I have it just in case. And then it's probably better to run 4-piece speed if you can get your break effect up to 180 with 4-piece of the speed set, the Messenger Traversing Hackerspace set. But I use 2-piece speed, 2-piece break effect just to make it easier to reach the break effect threshold. And it's recommended to do that, but there's no reason to do that if you can get the 4-piece speed without it. Or and still have 180% break effect 4-piece speed. Just because the 4-piece speed gives you a speed buff on all allies, which is pretty good. So yeah, I try to run 4-piece speed on all the characters that are like all Harmony characters. I try to run the 4-piece speed set on, just because it's really good. And then Light Cone, her signature, and then I think this one's pretty good just because it gives break effect, but... Oh wait, I can max this out. Wonder how long I've had this extra one. Here we go. So yeah, 180% is the check. Let me double check that. On May building. And I can put it on screen too. So yeah, if you click on the build and if you go to Prudwin, GT, and then click on build and teams, you can see the recommended pieces and everything. And then yeah, it gives you recommended end-game stats. So a bunch of HP, a bunch of defense. It says up to like 134 speed. These are different speed breakpoints that give you different effects whenever you're speed tuning, but my general rule of thumb is just to have as much speed as possible. And then it recommends 20% energy regen, or 19.4. Let me see how much I have. I'm currently at 24.4, so I'm a little bit above that. Yeah, Planetary Rendezvous is also really fun. And then, yeah, Break Effect, 180% plus. So if you can get more, then it's fine, but like 180% is the best. Or that's like the goal is to reach that amount. And I'm currently at 132 after upgrading my Memories of the Past to S5. And then, yeah, her signature, Memories of the Past, Mushroom Cogs, Carve the Moon, Dance. Yeah, I used to like Dance 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 on a bunch of different characters, and it has its uses, but it's really situational. And then, yeah, these are all her synergy characters. Pretty much any DPS character in the game. And then, yeah, teams. I guess this is the best version of the Kafka team, though. I missed Black Swan's banner. I definitely want to get 134 speed is like the that's like the old fast break effect, or old fast threshold. Like whenever the game first came out, reaching 135 speed was like, or 134 speed was like enough to get you an extra turn every 3 turns. Is how it works. So yeah, that's what people would use that for, was an extra turn for every 3 turns, and then if you reach 151, then you get an extra turn every 2 turns, and then if you reach 201, you get an extra turn every turn, or more, 201 or more. Then, if you're like me and you can get pretty close to 250 speed, then you can get like an extra turn, or you can almost get like 2 extra turns per turn, which I can reach like almost 250 speed with Asta, Kafka, Ranmei, and Tingyun on a team. Gets me kind of close. Yeah, I've heard that she's really good. I definitely do want to get her. I think I pulled for her and I lost 50-50 to Yangqing E2 or something like that, unfortunately, while I was off stream. But I definitely do want to get her whenever her rerun is back. But yeah, notice how like Ranmei literally works on like any like team, like the rank 2 team, the rank 3 team, the rank 8 team. I don't know where these ranks are. I guess it's average cycles. I guess I'll have to check the MOC section. Yeah, so Kafka Black Swan team, you can use Ranmei. Kafka Black Swan. Jingli Bronya, you can use Ranmei. Kafka Black Swan, Kafka Black Swan. Vibrator Lune Sparkle team, you can use Ranmei on that. Dr. Ratio Numbi or Topaz team, you could use Ranmei on that. So yeah, she pretty much just like fits in any team. Yeah, that shows you like all the usage stats. Okay, so the rank 1 team is oh, it's like Mono Quantum with Payload. Completes it in 5 cycles, average. And then yeah, rank 2 is Kafka Black Swan. Kafka Black Swan again, but with a different healer. Mono Quantum proper. Oh, he used Silverwolf over Sparkle. That's interesting. Yeah, Yanqing is like Chi-Chi if Chi-Chi was somehow less useful. Because like E6 Chi-Chi is at least useful. I'm pretty sure E6 or E6 Yanqing is still bad. Yeah, he just gets like a passive reset with his E6. Like he's still bad. Kinda. Or I don't know. Like I feel like he still wouldn't be able to one-shot an enemy. So, and that's kind of what he has to do. Because his follow-up attack is still like a 50% chance of hitting. Or whatever, right? So it's still unuseful. Yeah, the Fluffwa banner was like one of the last banners that I was around for. Let me see if there's like a weird... Yeah, here's like a... That's interesting. Jing Yuan team. I was wondering where I'd see like the first like weird character team. Jing Yuan. Gallagher makes it on a team before Jing Yuan is interesting. I think it's pretty good. I don't really know too much about him. Yeah, he's showing up quite a bit now, actually. He's shown up more than Lynx. Pretty sure. Oh no, there's Lynx. Yeah, for ice damage dealers, yeah. Pretty much any ice damage dealer is better than Yanqing. I'm pretty sure even sub DPS March 7th would be a better ice damage dealer than Yanqing if properly built.
A bright edge that can cut jade.
Yeah, there's Yanqing in the background. Oh yeah, I was gonna see what Pure Fiction recommends too. Because this is a mode that I've been having difficult. So an erudition characters aren't even the #1 team. It's just the Kafka Black Swan team is still broken. Okay, that's interesting.
Noise.
This seems like a really fun team. Like I've seen like a little bit about Acheron. I did play during her banner, but I didn't get her. Oh, Herda makes it in the top 10. Yeah, I remember when the game first came out, Herda was always considered to be the worst. Oh yeah, they recently changed how tier lists work on Prudent too. So like, there's instead of having like S tier, A tier, B tier, C tier, or whatever, they use like numbers to indicate it. So I think that's pretty interesting. Yeah, damage dealer, specialist, amplifier, sustain. So you can see like, yeah, as you can see, like Veron Maid's not even considered like T0. They're all like around the same.
Noise.
I'm pretty sure they're just alphabetically ordered. Yeah, they are for that. Kind of interesting that E6. Oh, it's better than. Yeah, I guess her SP at E0 is pretty bad. I've always had my Bronya at E1, so I've never really experienced E0 Bronya for that long. Yeah, I think that March is going to have like a different version. I don't know when it's going to release, but I'm definitely going to pull it because March is my favorite character in the game. Like I always try to make her work for a lot of stuff. Yeah. Oh, Gallagher's considered better than E0. Violent Japard's interesting. I don't know why Japard is considered so low. I'd put Japard in this tier. Or I don't know. I guess Payload's considered. Now Silverwolf is considered good? It's interesting. There's like a long time where Silverwolf was like considered to be a worse version of Payload, but now Silverwolf's considered to be better than Payload. Bring this. I don't know. It's just like a tier list, so it's not like the best source of information in the world or anything. It's just like speculation based off of a few calculations in certain scenarios, but building Serval. Yeah, I did have my Serval built when I first started playing the game. She was like my team was like her, March 7th, Dan Hung, and the physical Trailblazer. Apparently she uses the new set effectively. I'm surprised that this is considered worse than that. Oh, it's because it's at full uptime, I see. Yeah, she's considered to be not bad in pure fiction, I guess. Yeah, this is a pure fiction tier list. Is Herta like really that broken in pure fiction? I always felt like people just said Herta was broken because Herta's so bad everywhere else that it makes her seem broken in pure fiction, but if she's like actually broken in pure fiction, that's interesting. Yeah, she gets decent value out of Break Effect. Let me go see. Like, I've used Herta in pure fiction before, but I can't really... I haven't, like, thought of her as, like, being completely broken in pure fiction. But then again, there's no characters for this. Yeah, let me try Herta on this team. Against this one. Yeah, I don't have Argenti. So, it's hard to deal with physical. Argenti or Himiko. Okay, they're all weak to electric, but not all of them are weak to imaginary, so I'm just not gonna care about that, to be honest. Who fits on the last slot here? I guess Gwen can work. And I guess you want to use that on both, because I don't have... Well, I do have follow-up attacks on both teams, but not sufficient.
Upgrade configured.
Sound lingers.
Found your weakness.
Existence is unity. Oh?
But yeah, see, you use Ruan May's technique before combat begins, and then you instantly get her skill active, which is 3 dots on her profile. And then I can just do a basic attack and then instantly get her
Every petal
ultimate.
in life, all will be swept away by the wind.
After that. Okay, Asta's fully stacked up.
Let the valuation
Well.
begin.
Let me just do basic attack here.
The market is unpredictable.
Investing in
Because
victory.
the skill's already on the enemy that I want it to be on. But yeah, see, I used the basic attack there because I wanted to have Numbi follow-up attack be on this, and the extra follow-up attack damage be on the ape. But because it was already on that, because it's assigned to a random enemy at the start of combat, then I could just use her basic attack. That's kind of a good use of Topaz. Basic attack here.
Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to twirl!
And we have to use a skill here. No, we don't have to.
Everything is worth. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Time to twirl! Low risk, high reward. What are you looking at?
Okay, so yeah, that was 0 cycled, so that's not
There's
bad.
more to life.
And all these enemies have like no HP already.
Who will it be?
I'm gonna go ahead and use skills on both. I want to make sure that the Trotter's defeated.
Honored to meet me.
Eternal.
Have to use her skill here.
Every petal and all will be swept away by the wind.
Yeah, she is really fun. That's why I had her built before perfection
Everything is worth. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
release. Because I definitely want to use her own stuff. I don't have Himiko, so I can't always get the maximum use out of her.
Investing in victory means playing the long game. Do you know who I am? This big diamond! It's all yours!
I'm realizing now I don't have any healers on this team. Really, it should be fine.
Grace and elegance.
Confiscated! Time to twirl! What are you looking at?
Every petal, all will be swept away by the wind.
Easy,
I
Numby!
really don't like my Ron May.
Go, Numby!
Who invited you? Who will it be? Everything is worth. Oh, stars, give these trailblazers your blessing.
Still
Honored to meet me.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think Ron May dies here, so it doesn't really matter.
Time to twirl!
I don't have a skill point to extend her skill.
Huh?
Liquidation!
Make sure it's on the monkey.
So
secret is right. Investing in victory means playing the long game. Formation.
Oh, don't! What are you looking at? Me? Do you know who I... This big diamond! It's all yours! Time to kill!
Yeah, I just ran out of cycles.
Oh, the
So
bigger
yeah,
the
I'm not gonna have
risk,
enough to
the better
clear
the
it anyway.
reward.
I figured
Really
that would be the
lucky.
case.
Cool it!
And use Gwenhyphen. Use Gwenhyphen over Kafka because Gwenhyphen will give everybody a burn.
Everyone's a customer!
Well, she gives everyone fire because it's not a burn, which is slightly better.
1,000 wonders to raise your finest one!
Yeah, I figured that they would attack King Yoon, so I wanted to
Welcome, customers!
not waste energy.
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
Sure, I'll play along.
Relax.
Let's be friends! Yeah!
Aventurine's really good at dealing with these enemies.
May
You
as
can do
well
that.
kill them all.
The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
I hit the mark.
Stand still.
Welcome, customers! Yeah! Finest one!
Say bye to breathing.
Yeah, King Yoon Kafka is a really busted combo.
Good times never last. Time to say bye.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna do the Penacony quest, or like part 2 of it pretty soon. Because I finished the first part where it ends with the... Well, I don't really want to say how it ends in case you haven't done it yet. But I finished like the first part, and now I have to go meet Aventurine in the
No one's gonna pay you to stand...
again after like making a deal with him in Black Swan. To describe it in a way without using spoilers, so yeah, that's currently where I'm at in the story. So I'm still not even on the like latest part, but I'll be on it pretty soon. But yeah, I'll still be around for a bit.
It's on me.
Yeah, so yeah.
Watch your head.
May as well kill them all.
We have fire skill. Big damage loss.
Turn out your pockets!
All in. Watch your head. The dice have been cast. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Let's be friends!
Didn't hurt.
All in.
Don't throw the game!
Do I proc Glumoth? Oh no, I'm a little bit short. That's unfortunate. So yeah, I need 161 speed to be able to proc Kafka's Pioneer Sphere max usefulness, which I could do if I had Asta on this team, I guess, but I have Asta on my other team. Maybe I'll try this again with Asta on this team.
Forget your wallet?
Good times. Time to say bye. Boom.
I just want to see if I can get 50k.
Relax.
Watch your head.
1,000 wonders to raise your finest one!
Sure, I'll play along.
Stand still. Good times never last. Time to say bye. Boom.
I got 48k, that's not bad. Get a cool out of it. Got a mutual demise out of it. At least I'm stocking back up on my stuff, so that's good. I spent a lot of these on credits and other stuff. That way I can upgrade my
Wait, so
doctor
you're still
ratio.
reading traditional literature?
Yeah, let's go do the west. Oh, I've been dream.
Ah, friend. My expression wasn't much better than yours when I first saw this. Your eyes aren't deceiving you. It's her. The famous singer, Robin. Well, first of all, can I just say that this had nothing to do with me? I'm just an unlucky bystander here. The family can testify for me. If you don't believe me, just ask anyone in the Bloodhound family. They hate me and they hate the IPC, so they'd never lie. This is not where the crime happened. What I showed you was a memory. The most basic light cone manifesting tech. Authorized by the Garden of Recollection and owned by the IPC. Did you really think the Galaxy Ranger was an outsider this whole time? Penacony has made a solemn commitment to protect the safety of anyone inside a family dream. Any person in distress will be forcibly awakened and safely returned to reality. What gives them the confidence to make such conclusive statements? Because behind this promise is the harmony. The family's Dreamweavers link up their minds together to construct an unbreakable defensive line. Breaking through this line of defense to create death in the dreamscape. Not even a memo keeper could do that without the family's permission. Who could have done it, friend? The only one is her. The girl who calls herself a Galaxy Ranger. An imposter. An unsought guest. An emanator who hides her true identity. Ifrit's death was a foregone conclusion. And Robin? Her misfortune was staring right at her. Who will be the next to die? It's fine. Listen to your gut. Building trust always takes time, and I'm willing to wait. I just hope you realize that wherever that legacy is concerned, covert plans are already underway throughout Penacony. Everyone's got their own agenda. Careful you don't get stuck on the wrong side. If I were you, I'd keep my distance from Acheron. After all, any schemes out in the open are always going to be better than a monster in the shadows, right?
Who's to say there isn't an even deeper conspiracy lurking beneath the surface?
Memo Keeper, I think our little deal is finished.
Someone say the door to darkness?
Aventurine is telling the truth. This memory is a real one, and there's no sign of any distortion grafting on.
The IPC is not the Garden, and there are real limits to what they can actually do, but you know all this. Friend, let's not beat around the bush here. The thing is, I want to reach out personally to team up with the Astral Express. I told you I'm just not interested in scrambling for the legacy. I just came to Penacony for work. I'm here to retrieve some lost property for the IPC, if you catch my drift. I'm talking ownership of this frontier prison. This has all become a bad debt thanks to the cancer of all worlds. The IPC has tried sitting down for negotiations time and again, but the family wouldn't even take our calls. You have no idea how difficult these people are to deal with. Put it this way. They've hushed up the existence of death before, so they can definitely cover up any news about Robin's death. It'll just quietly float off like a bubble and pop. Nobody ever being the wiser. That's not fair, right? So then, friend, I need your help. I have but only one goal. The family's front door is like a high wall, and to tear the whole thing down, I'll have to dig out a few chunks first. Once I find a weak point, the IPC will have plenty of means. Now we have our chance. So long as we can get to the truth behind her death, we can have justice for Robin. While also gaining a valuable bargaining chip for bringing the family to the table. Truly a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. I've been investigating and making lots of friends all over Penacony precisely for this very moment. This tragic news would be extremely bad for the family, so they'll be doing everything they can to stop it leaking, especially to the IPC. But I trust that there are still a few factions that remain exceptions, and that's why I need you all. The reputation of the Astral Express precedes you, and the Harmony will give you the fairest of appraisals. You get to find out really what happened and seek justice, and I get to put it toward completing my mission for the IPC. It's what you call a win-win situation. But don't worry, just head back and talk things over with your companions. That navigator is really smart. She must understand the value of this deal. Look, here's my contact details. If you come to any conclusions, call me. Oh, and take this. A thorough investigation can always use a little more funding. Don't mention it. So long, friend. I really am looking forward to uncovering the truth about death with everyone.
Aventurine just sauntered off. He really doesn't mean to force it, but something still seems off.
What now? What are your plans?
Black Swan. What is she thinking?
On the surface, this doesn't look like a bad deal for you. But Aventurine is a shrewd merchant whose scheme won't just be as simple as it appears to be. He doesn't know about Miss Firefly yet, but judging by your reaction, he may have noticed something going on and deliberately shifted topics to the truth of death to try and pull you in line with his way of thinking. That's quick thinking and very sound logic. Aventurine is no fool, and working with him definitely has its dangers. But you're talking about real evil. Anyway, be careful out there. There's more than one way to blaze a trail. In a dark forest beset by wolves, ensuring your own escape to safety should be your primary concern. As for the other questions, I'm not sure the two cases were committed by the same culprit, but that massive wound looked like its winged blade. We've all witnessed it in action before. Plus, it seems unlikely that there would be two lethal entities loose in the dreamscape. Sorry, I can't answer that question. That ranger is shrouded in mystery. I'm afraid no one is capable of providing an answer. But without a doubt, she is the most special guest at this banquet. It's like Aventurine said just then. It's best to keep your distance from her. Two victims appearing one after the other in a very short time span, in and of itself, that's very unusual. Two possibilities. The collapse of Penacony's dreamscape has started speeding up, making death extremely agitated and weakening the family's protections. Or everything has been planned out and executed by someone. If someone has chosen these victims deliberately, first a stowaway, then a family celebrity, then this murderer's motives are worth thoroughly chewing over. It's all happened so quickly, I can only make conjecture. After leaving here, go have a chat with your companions. I hope you can clarify the source of this confusion. Come, this way. It's a short walk. Don't get lost.
Let me go to... do something on Twitch real quick. And there. But yeah, if you've been watching the stream this whole time, you should have Twitch drops. You have them enabled. Should have enough for everything. What I just collected. And then, while I'm also thinking about it, and I make up checking too. I've messed up, or I've missed like quite a few days, so this isn't even going to be enough. But yeah, I missed 3 days total. Yeah, we're steadily getting closer to another pool. Looks like Acheron and Sam are gone from here.
This way. This is where we part ways. All of this is like a nightmare. Unfortunately, the remembrance doesn't lie. What we just saw is the reality that happened, and it won't fade from our minds just because we wake up. But follow your heart, and don't be afraid. We all walk through this world casting shadows of different lengths, and ultimately, all we leave behind are precious memories. Hold on just a sec. There you go. A small parting gift. If one day you unfortunately fall into the deep waters of the memory zone and there's no memo keeper to join you, hopefully it can guide you on my behalf. I also pay great attention to the ways of the world. Just think of this as an apology from me for hiding something from you. Then, I've something private to take care of regarding that Galaxy Ranger. Let's leave things there, shall we? What fascinating memories will you bring for me next time we meet? I sincerely look forward to them.
A family rep. Is Himiko okay?
Isn't this a dream?
Wonder why they made it where you can actually get hit by cars in this one. But they made it where you can't get hit by trains in Belobog. I thought I basically have to re-explore the entire city just to find emotions.
Cake, soda, fresh baked beans. My dream is right before my eyes. Checked out the list.
I really love Clocky.
Where should I go next? Wipe along, face buddy. Cheer up.
So much has happened. I should take a moment to gather my thoughts and wait for everyone to arrive.
Better unsheath that blade now, Ranger.
Do you still dream, Hunter? Of those slain by your hand?
It appears the outcome has already been determined.
We're still alive, as are you. You still have room to make a choice. Leave the music box behind, and then go.
Choice.
The bloody trail of the destruction leaves no room for hesitation.
Vatora's fire demon. Even if you sacrifice your life for that Eon, you won't get special treatment.
Ranger, you tread the narrow path of the hunt. You could never understand. We come from the fire, and are born bathed in fire. We spread, burn, and destroy, until all the kindling has burned out and we leave only ashes on the ground. Burning forms the entire life of a fire demon, from the beginning to the end. We are born to die, just to put into practice a profile of another universal truth. All things are created for the destruction.
Your companions don't seem to think so. They fight for your chance at survival.
They are my children, and just as I was, they are flames that have yet to burn white hot. They're still young, and I don't blame them. But my flames are faint, and time is running out. Can you see the planet of festivities in the distance? I plan to bring Purgatory with me there, and before that, I must surpass you.
Why?
Because on the path they have forged, you have traveled farther than I have. Emanator. You cannot hide your true identity. Draw that sword, for we shall indeed remain here, bound to fight a decisive battle to the death, for I choose this. Destruction is intense, but brief. To cravenly cling to life is to endure an endlessly prolonged existence.
Even if the answer turns out to be your own destruction.
What is important is not the answer, but that it exists, just as you exist. Everything exists to be destroyed. Emanators are no different. Just as even sweet dreams may be born of the void, the so-called impossible is merely something that has yet to happen.
All right. I accept.
You shall witness the most brilliant and intense fire in existence. May this flame illuminate the farthest reaches of your bottomless dream.
A bottomless dream. Yes, that's right. But you've made one small mistake. This blade remains in its scabbard not out of pity or scorn. It's a personal secret that I don't want to disclose, but perhaps out of reciprocity. I'll reveal the truth to you. The hunt is not the path I truly follow. May death be the end of your boundless dream, guiding you back to the waking world. I still see them in my dreams. Hold it. Your time hasn't come yet.
My time?
I've seen many clever disguises that can conceal appearances, but they can never cover up who a person really is. And you're no different. You had no desire to kill the Trailblazer. You only did what you did to drive me and the Memo Keeper away, but why? Did Destiny's slave make you do it?
You know, Elio.
I thought this is just the kind of thing that'd get written into your script.
My script has always been brief. Other than that, anything beyond that is unnecessary. He knows my nature. There is but a single destiny from which no one can escape. And until then, I hold the privilege of choice. However, you appear to be ignorant of this, so it's time for me to inquire. Who exactly are you?
Not your enemy, perhaps.
That's not what I asked.
I don't deserve your curiosity. Loners wandering the cosmos always have their secrets. Take me. I've also been wanted by the IPC, so it's little wonder I know something about the Stellaron Hunters. That's all. Maybe I can help.
What reason would you have for doing that?
I tend to forget things. Which is why, rather than memories, I'm accustomed to using my emotions to capture what I normally wouldn't otherwise. So, I know who is inside that cold armor. How about it? Ready to take off that armor and sit down for a talk?
It's not yet time. I don't need help, but I can give you a suggestion that would make things better for you and me. If your goal is the Watchmaker's legacy, then go look into the family. Not only are they covering up the existence of death, but they're burying the past and the truth about what happens inside the dreamscape.
Already on it.
And the Astral Express is no enemy of yours.
I know that. I just never expected to hear you say it. What's next, then? The Trailblazer's been taken by Black Swan. Will you go look for her?
No need for that. No harm in mentioning that Elio's only given me one instruction. Get all of the Astral Express to track down the Grand Legacy. I tried settling this in an easier and more direct way, but as you can see, here I am, confronting you. I failed. Can't ever go against the script.
The so-called impossible is merely something that is yet to happen. That's it. Before we split, can I ask you one more thing? Is there anything else in your script about me? I'd like to know what kind of footnote I get to leave in that future foreseen by destiny.
Unfortunately, not a thing came up.
I knew it.
Hang on. I don't.
Don't what?
Your first question was... Do you still have dreams about everyone who died because of you? I don't. Never have. I was born without the ability to dream. I live for this cold, harsh reality. For a little light. And to burn. To keep on burning. Until I turn to ash. So, I really envy you.
Is that so? Then you're already living in the waking world.
He's got like Triforces on his shoulder pads.
We heard about Miss Firefly from Black Swan, but we never expected Miss Robin to...
I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you then.
Reality cruises on in serenity, while undercurrents bubble up from the dreamscape. Just like that memo keeper said. Stay strong, everyone. We can still do what we can for them. Starting with finding the murderer.
Let's recap everything then. The Trailblazer just reminded me of something. March, do you remember what that family rep who negotiated with us said?
Indeed, we trust that the Nameless has nothing to do with this. And we also beg each of you to help assist the family in verifying the identity of the deceased. That's how it was put, in reference to Miss Firefly.
Looking back, he seemed a little evasive at the time. And he also failed to mention anything about the earlier murder, too.
The family's planning on covering up all news about Miss Robin's death. If news gets out, Penacony is going to turn into a bloodbath.
But the murder that followed closely after was obviously beyond their anticipation. The family had to try and turn things to their advantage by bringing in reinforcements from outside. The Charmony Festival is nearly here. They must be snowed under.
It may also be that Miss Firefly's murder had so many witnesses that it couldn't be covered up. So they went with the flow and let more people on the scene to control the situation. After all, the nature of the two murders is fundamentally different. The family's first protective measure should be against malicious actors among the guests, such as that IPC envoy.
Indeed. He was particularly concerned about that Galaxy Ranger.
Are we missing the forest for the trees here? I always felt that Aventurine's reasons for accusing Miss Acheron were highly subtle. Can we believe him?
At this point, I'm afraid the only ones we can trust are ourselves.
Look, let's try to gather intel first and then list all the possible outcomes we can. Then we go through them, eliminating contradictions one by one. The fewer facts remaining, the closer we are to the truth. I've still got this sense of foreboding. It's like we're stuck in a whirlpool, spinning around that legacy even after everything that's happened.
This time we're playing the role of a real detective. But before we start, what are we going to say to the family and Aventurine?
As I see things, the family harbors no ill will towards the Astral Express. If they didn't trust the crew, they wouldn't have casually commissioned outsiders to investigate a case that's, in all likelihood, a scandal. Plus, this is the family's turf. Teaming up with them should make things easier for us in the future. As for that Aventurine, well, I'd like to hear your thoughts.
He's complex. He deliberately slow-played his hand during negotiations while running circles around us all the while. He appealed convincingly to both reason and emotion. It wasn't forced, but the intent was obvious. Still, it's good to have contacts among all this uncertainty. Adventurine showed his skills, and as far as our interests are aligned, he can become a reliable ally. We also need to keep a certain distance from the family. Never let them get too close. Teaming up with the IPC helps balance that out. If either side makes a move, we have the option to pull out.
So you suggest accepting Aventurine's proposal to team up?
Yes. It's risky, but we can only wait until both sides have played their cards before making any further judgments.
I get why, but there's a whole lot of bad guys and girls around here, and I'm worried about getting stabbed in the back. She's been bullied a few times now, and I can't stand it anymore. You're like a broken record. Forget about it. Just let me keep an eye on him. If that doesn't work, we can just turn the tables and use him instead.
Then, could you please reply to Aventurine? Everyone, take this time to put together your thoughts.
Looks like Aventurine is happy with this outcome. Let's tell everyone about it.
I don't know how I would have responded, but okay.
Aventurine's goal is to try and recapture Penacony for IPC. To do this, he'll have to bring down the family in its entirety to create a big enough chance. The existence of death will be covered up by the family. So how does he plan on taking them down? It's gotta be something important enough that everyone will notice. But it also can't be anything too out in the open. An attack on the hotel guests? Unlikely. Penacony's guests include quite a few bigwigs known throughout the whole cosmos. People who not even the IPC would dare take lightly. Aventurine is a shrewd merchant, and there's no way he doesn't know that. He's definitely going for the family, and it's just a matter of how. The harmony is strong in Penacony,
shop's open?
and almost impossible to take on head-to-head.
Hold on, I gotta check my
The
shop.
fact that the IPC dispatched Aventurine shows that they do not intend to simply play by the book here. Aventurine has devoted considerable attention to her. But this Galaxy Ranger, we know hardly anything about her and can't rush to any conclusions. I was also considering this possibility, especially because he respects you so much and has sought you out before a few times. Perhaps he's also unsure of your intentions and is probing you.
We got Coven Ash, High Nico, Bewitching Jana, Ruined Misfortune, Dawnbringer Morgana, and Soraka. Another Morgana skin. I played Morgana once. Try that thing in any skin. I can see the rest. And I have a bunch of games open in the background that don't need to be open. Okay, there we go.
I'm just speculating. In any case, we have to be careful when handling Aventurine. He's skilled at reading people and discerning the right moment to strike. Also, he's clearly a born gambler if he's willing to go all in to win.
Aventurine said something that concerns me. He accused that Galaxy Ranger of killing Robin without any evidence whatsoever, but said nothing about her connection to that memory zone meme or why he was stalking you. It was a groundless accusation, which only serves to make him seem more suspicious. Maybe Aventurine's goal was never to gain our trust. Maybe he wanted to foster a feeling of enmity towards Acheron and make the situation more volatile. Two birds, one stone. However, I asked Don Hung back on the Express to confirm that story about the Annihilation Gang and the lost messages. It wasn't something that Aventurine made up out of thin air. You've met her many times now. What's your impression of Miss Acheron? That fits the stereotype of a Galaxy Ranger to a T. They're eccentric, unpredictable, and fond of being alone. No wonder she's a suspect.
I really love Clocky.
I like Clocky.
I hope it's not too soon to bring it up, but I feel like Miss Robin isn't actually dead, but that she's still alive and well. Somewhere. That everything's just some horrible prank. Because aren't we supposed to be inside a dream? How could someone die in a beautiful dreamscape like this? Shouldn't only good things happen here? Whenever I see the Grand Theater, I just can't stop all these thoughts from flooding my head. No. After all, they've brought everyone this sleepy dreamscape, which everyone loves. I just feel like I'm starting to understand them less and less. Everyone's still having a great time out there on the streets. Nobody knows what's happened. It's all so unreal. As if Firefly, Miss Robin, and us we're all outsiders from another world. Aw, what a mess. I really want a nice cool drink of soda to help me calm down. But then I'd be just like everyone else out on the streets.
Looks like Aventurine doesn't need anything else. Let's turn our attention to the family's assignment for now. Himiko, what do you think?
Among our current clues, the two murders that she witnessed are the most directly connected. I suggest starting here. One thing I'm curious about is, if a person dies in a dream, what happens to them in real life? Seeing as we're at the family's behest, why not pop back out to reality and verify Miss Firefly's situation back at the hotel? Perhaps we could also make a few inquiries about Miss Robin while we're out there.
How about we split off into two groups? There are still some things worth focusing on inside the dreamscape. I'll investigate those, and we can link up again later.
Worth focusing on? Oh. No problem. I'll leave it to you then.
Huh? Aw, I thought I'd finally get to see Himeko and Mr. Yang go out on a mission together. Oh well. Take care then, Mr. Yang.
I will. Keep in touch. Honored guest, could you come out for a second?
I'd be embarrassed too, getting stared at like that.
Forgive me. My name is Welt Yang. I'm one of the crew members on the Astral Express. I believe you've met my colleagues.
Well,
Is there something about my name?
first, don't you want to know my name?
I already do, Miss Acheron. You're a prominent figure in Penacony.
What are they saying about me?
Some claim that you're the real culprit behind these murders, that the Annihilation Gang's tragic fate at the banquet was a result of your blade, and that you're now attempting to unleash another bloodbath on Penacony.
The Annihilation Gang.
Ifrit of Everflame Mansion.
Tragic fate. That Duke turned his dying body to flames and sacrificed his life as a martyr. He was a determined and heroic pathstrider. Not even a villain should be disparaged like this. And what's more, there were plenty of suspects invited. Do they really think that a blade is more dangerous than that black hole you're wielding?
Keen intuition. Not even the family managed to point out the truth behind this cane. So you must surely know, Miss Acheron, that peering into a black hole is not a wise move. As a potential threat, your knowledge of us has reached uncomfortable depths. Reveal your true identity and intentions. Otherwise, brace yourself for gravitational disintegration.
That shouldn't be necessary. But if it makes the Nameless feel less defensive, I'll be happy to abide. Believe it or not, Galaxy Ranger, Acheron, those are the names I go by to this very day. My trip to Penacony is solely to fulfill an old, final request. I'm here for the Watchmaker's legacy. And that's it. I think I've been honest enough.
Still unwilling to reveal your true identity?
It's not that I don't want to. It's just that I can't. I've come so far, and I can't sum up all of that in just a few words. Everyone has their own unspeakable past. Secrets that they don't want to be revealed. And I won't be asking any more questions, such as why the Astral Express is roaming around the cosmos with a Stellaron on board. Is she okay? That memo keeper didn't do anything, right?
She's fine. Let's just stick with the topic. Gaining my trust depends on how much you're willing to reveal.
I've run around many different Penacony dreamscapes just to try and find that legacy. And during this period, I came into contact with quite a few guests. In the process, I gradually came to realize the secret of Penacony may be closely related to the Trailblaze. That's why I've come to ask for your help. I don't have enough proof yet, but I'd like to speculate something. The source of all tragedy lies within the family. If you could trust me, we could find the proof to support this claim together. Mr. Yang, I think you've come to the same conclusion, haven't you?
Let's leave it at that. For now, I'll choose to believe that you bear no hostility. Share your findings with me, and me alone. I don't want vague conjecture to interfere with other people's judgments before we find solid proof.
Mm-hmm. By the way, would you like something to drink? Before we go, how about 2 cups of Wake the Heck Up? No, 4 cups. Because the conversation coming up will last forever.
I've been watching her closely for a while now, and the first invitation was in the banquet hall of the hotel. She just sat in one corner, keeping silent, chugging down a couple cups of Wake the Heck Up. I told her it's a pungent, bitter beverage, not the taste of sweet dreams. Only for people allergic to Soul Glad. And she said,
Really? But I don't taste any difference at all between them.
the guest rooms are charmingly minimalist. An aesthetic you share, Miss Acheron. It's a cinch, this music box. The invitation received by the Annihilation Gang. There are latent memories that linger on it yet. You see, memories of you are not yours alone. They travel in other people, other things. I know much, and I can predict even more. With some help, the dead can be made to speak. The Annihilation Gang, that band of desperados who all disappeared after meeting you. What exactly happened to them? Well, let me reveal all.
Gradation 12. Dreamscape 12. Father, I dedicate this to you.
Well done, Dubra. Wherever they go, shall be met by annihilation.
There it is. It's hazy, but it's Ifrit's voice. The other one is probably his progeny. This is the residual memory from when the invitation was first delivered. They were abruptly interrupted. Then, what happened next is...
They sought refuge in a land of sleep, merely wishing for undisturbed rest, away from the storms. Children of the Flame, this marks your rite of passage.
She won't be necessary. I alone am enough.
When have those, on the path of destruction, feared death?
The Everflame Mansion has set out on a journey. Those poor people, they have no idea what lies in wait ahead of them. Memory recovery is going well, but slowly. She'll be here soon, and time is short. There's nobody else here, so there's no need to be delicate. In fact, I think I'd better go all out. What happened? The memory after that is blank. How is that possible? This music box fell into Acheron's hands, and she brought it to Penacony. That's a fact, and that's how it should have gone. But along the way... it's like it's been erased. Who's done this?
Who are you?
It's... No. Is this not a memory?
Oh, a memo keeper. Do you serve the Garden of Recollection? Or the Cremators? My name is Constance. A pleasure to meet you. We were supposed to meet in Penacony and spend an unforgettable time together. But that seems unrealistic. Dolly is not welcome on the banquet store, and I don't need a coming-of-age ceremony. And you, I know what you're looking for. Want her secret? I can give it to you, and then you can enjoy the banquet for me. I wish you unforgettable memories.
Oh. A phone. Wanna listen in?
A few days ago, the IPC made an announcement. Under the watchful guidance of the Marketing Development Department, and in accordance with the Interstellar Peace Charter, the independent Sigonian sovereignty has hereby been established, and shall take a legislative seat at the Interstellar Congress. The formation of the Sigonian sovereignty is of great historical significance to the Sigonia system. This move puts an end to the planet's long and bloody history, turning the sensational Kataka-Abjin extinction event into a distant memory.
Sigonia 4 is located in an unclaimed zone at the intersection of the Denise, Prothean, and Dorneau star clusters. The planet's surface environment is known for being extremely harsh, constantly faced with the threat of impact from small-scale celestial objects. This is why very few intelligent species have made this planet their home, dividing themselves into several tribes to eke out nomad lifestyles as they struggle to survive the arid desert wilderness. They have developed their own folk beliefs that are independent of the Eon belief system.
Sigonia. Sigonia. Ravenous eye of the storm, spurned by all the gods. Land of rock, but not water. Lightning, but not rain. Blood, but not tears. You beat us with your falling stars. You lash us with wind and storm. You chew us up with the cracked earth. You promised us a land of honey, yet yoked us beneath a sword of bitterness. Oh, Gaiathra Triclops, if thou can hear me, please open up thy 3 eyes and gaze upon this child. When you took his father, my child was still sleeping in my belly. And where my husband went, I too soon must go. I don't ask for a peaceful death. Just for you to tell me, does the baby swaddled sweetly asleep? Does he dream of his mother's heartbeat and the sound of falling rain? Please tell me whether this life is all just a fleeting dream. Otherwise,
should be born to face impending death.
Mommy! Mommy! Mommy, the rain. It's raining.
Raining? Mom. Raining.
It is raining. It's true. Those Outworlders weren't lying to us. They really did summon the rain. Mommy, we can leave here. We can go back home.
Back home. Gaiathra Triclops. You came. Do you hear that? Thank you. Thank you. Darling, listen. This is the sound of rain. On the day you were born, the sky also sent down a gift like this from Gaiathra. Such a lucky child. Such a blessed child. Just like your name. A gift from them to Avgen. My boy. May the goddess Gaiathra close her eyes 3 times. Keep your blood eternally pulsing. Let your journey be forever peaceful. And your schemes forever concealed. Welcome to this sad world, Kakavasha.
Time to wake up, gambler.
Oh, heavens. I must have drunk too much Soul Glad. Didn't expect you to be back so soon. How is it? Find anything?
Just as you guessed. Nobody outside knows about Robin's death. There aren't even baseless conspiracy theories. They're still streaming the rehearsal for her ceremony, using a stand-in, I guess. They must be dreaming.
Of course. Who could imagine that death would actually descend upon the idyllic dream created by the family? Let alone that the victim would be the female lead of the Charmony Festival. To be honest with you, I didn't believe it. I even tested it a few times myself, until I discovered that I couldn't actually die. Whenever there's any danger, I'm forced awake by the dream pool, and it's all as if everything were just a nightmare. That's why I'm convinced that there are a few big secrets lurking behind the scenes.
Then you must have heard about the Memory Zone meme. When I graciously deigned to establish connections with the Oak family on your behalf, they were quite in a pitiful state of disarray. Besides Robin, there was another body. I don't know the exact details, just that it was a stowaway.
2 murder cases? I told you something seemed off about the Nameless. Oh, she must have come across the other one. This murderer is a psycho. And I have to say, the case does represent an opportunity. We can leverage the family's malfeasance and let the IPC use this as a reason to intervene. It's just that their trickery runs deeper than I thought. Robin's stand-in was all ready to go. These 2 murders are definitely getting hushed up. What should we do? Let me think. It's too rare an opportunity to miss out on, so I gotta be careful.
Incredible gambler. Have you already exhausted your limited repertoire of tricks so soon?
There are plenty of chips, but it'd be best to choose carefully. The most straightforward has to be Robin. Remember? That masked fool once told me to find a mute as a friend. Robin is what she calls the mute. She has lost her voice, and while most people can't pick up on it, you and I cannot mistake that sound. Not produced by any voice box, but rather by the resonance of the harmony. If that girl hadn't gone hoarse from singing practice, there'd only be one possibility. Something was up with the family. Or Robin herself. To get to the bottom of this, I tried every way I could to meet her. But she died. Right before my very eyes.
A complete and utter loss. Incidentally, it seems to have resulted in your rather undignified arrival on the interrogation stand. There were eyewitnesses at the scene, and the family, in their graciousness, has tentatively accepted your alibi. However, for the foreseeable future, you shall, regrettably, find yourself under the vigilant watch of the hounds.
Well, things aren't looking too optimistic, Doctor. Starting to break out in a cold sweat. Do you reckon there's still any chance of a comeback, given how things are?
A probability? Yes, it exists, but it verges on the infinitesimal. To phrase it in a manner more befitting the vernacular of Penacony, you're dreaming. But if you simply can't control yourself and want to try your hand, then there just so happens to be a suitable candidate. That man wants to see you again.
Who?
Sunday.
Is this a public hearing or a private trial?
If it were the former, it would hardly befit my stature to stoop to the role of a mere messenger.
Fine. Oh, that's great. It's all great. You see, the dead can't talk, but the living can. Ratio, I'm convinced now that there must be something wrong inside the family. Oh, just you wait and see. That man's sister has died. He can't sit on his hands. Well, without any further ado, let's set off. Lead the way. The show is about to begin.
We're here. The Dewlight Pavilion is the Oak family's fortress and a place where heads of the families meet to discuss great plans for Penacony.
Fortress? I like this metaphor. I dealt with the warlords of the Amanica star system not long ago, and their synchronized orbital manor wasn't this heavily guarded.
This mansion nominally belongs to Sunday, and is very befitting of its owner. Without his express invitation, the likes of ordinary guests would never grace these grounds in their lifetimes. Look around while you still have this moment of freedom.
Hey, Doc, whose side are you on anyway?
Who's to say I won't sell you out?
We'll see. When we meet the authoritarian master of the Oak family, I'll pry an answer out of him.
Follow me and I'll bring you to his parlor. Hold your tongue and let me deal with the members of the family.
Sweet.
A reward with no risk? I'll take it.
Time for a break. Silent mode activated.
Okay, so that's how that works.
Hey, you two! That's a place of business. No entry.
I was requested by Mr. Sunday to bring him the suspect. My name is Ratio. He should have mentioned it to you.
Oh, I remember you. Veritas Ratio. Your punch virtual particle clock is impressive.
Excuse me?
The one on your head. Of course, it's nothing compared to my full pocket dimensional annihilating power armor of the Mobile Knights.
Right, and as I mentioned, that fantasy raiment of yours doesn't exist.
That's because you can't see it. Like I say, only family can see the glory of the Mobile Knights. Ugh, enough. Get going. Don't keep Mr. Sunday waiting.
It seems like the idiocy index here is no better than it is out there.
Enough. Get going. Hey, don't keep Mr. Sunday waiting.
A dead end?
The door is shut tight. Looks like we're on our own.
I mean, there isn't a door. How did you get in before?
For security reasons, the family built the administrative site deep in the dreamscape, with the mechanisms hidden in these Nightingale statues. The direction of the statues can be controlled. On the previous occasion, an attendant named Kona had gone to the side room to verify something before setting the statues in the correct positions.
Well, maybe we should do the same. Let's go and take a look. Of course, we can also use brute force.
Oh, free stuff.
Sound renders.
Feeling lucky.
Existence is unity.
I'll just have it autoplay this.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Stay away! Liquidation! Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Watch your head.
Answer me. 0 points.
Go Nuffy!
Just fail.
All in.
Eternal. All will be swept away by the wind.
Enjoy yourself?
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
To be reborn.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Fortune follows luck, just like it always does.
Not there, I guess.
For the fear of the mediocre.
Six nightingales facing in different directions. An obvious hint.
But are these nightingales?
They are. What's wrong?
How can nightingales be so huge? They look more like torment eagles to me.
There are no eagles in the 5 families, only nightingales. Why am I wasting time with you on this?
Just as I thought. Here's the correct answer.
A truly miraculous discovery. Perhaps I should offer you the chance to join the Genius Society.
Really? Well, I thought you'd given up on that already.
I was being sarcastic. Can't you tell?
Impressive. So much for Mr. Sunday's reserved, virtuous image.
Do you need me to remind you? We're in a dreamscape. No matter how grand the mansion looks, it'll not affect Penacony. Stop wasting your time nitpicking the family here.
Yeah, you're right. The only way to destroy the family is death. Sunday must have thought the same. Let's head down.
And seeing that rotate that way hurt my brain.
Hard work pays off.
Yep, as I thought. Be getting a lot of jades just from exploring around, so sure we'll get closer to pulling our own Robin soon enough. There's a Hanya on the way.
In the obscure prophecy of Dream, a star from the heavens has enlightened my path.
Ooh, raised up.
Don't mind me. It's not the easiest to use.
Hard work pays off.
Blocking my way, I guess.
Existence is unity.
Liquidation! Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Ah.
Answer me.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Confiscated!
It's on me.
Just free.
Project wrapped!
$120 chest on Penacony is quite a lot. Well, way inside question. I feel like I'll have to go this way eventually, so I might as well go back here first.
Hold on.
Huh? What's wrong? Are we heading the wrong way?
No, but this door is locked.
My friend? Did you really make an appointment with him?
It's a trial. You got to prove your worth to Sunday before you can speak with him. If I'm not wrong, we need to find a way to open this door in the hall, or this place will be our prison.
Oh, an escape room. My favorite.
Get serious. I've no time for games. Let's head back. The hint is probably in that prominent sandpit.
Wow. That's an enormous sandpit. I'd love to build a tall building for myself. Once I have enough savings. Oh, look. There's a noticeable gap in the model. I believe you're right.
There wasn't a gap before. That man must have done it intentionally.
Well, with your brilliant mind, you shouldn't have any trouble recalling what was here last time. Right, Doctor?
Of course. Let's look around. When I see it, I will know it.
Fine. Fine. Why do I feel that we're pursuing a degree in burglary now?
Found it. This is it.
Wouldn't be that easy. How many are in this area? Oh, a lot.
sound lingers.
Feeling lucky.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Existence is unity.
Liquidation! Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Just feel.
All in. No dirty tricks, alright?
All will be swept away by the wind.
Go Nuppy!
Answer me. 0 points. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Eternal.
Liquidation!
Watch your head.
Just feel.
Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
All in. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Answer me. 0 points.
Go Nuppy!
All will be swept away by the wind.
Just feel.
It's just round 1. Oh no, it's round 2. You see, it still feels like they clear stuff so slowly. I don't know if it's their single target, so that's to be expected, I guess. I did it.
Huh. And the nameplate reads Gulliver's Arch. Well, I'm amazed you can remember something this tiny. You know, this reminds me of a tunnel I once saw that could shrink people who passed through it.
If I were you, I would shut my mouth. It's wise to remain silent when you should.
Ratio's problem.
Oh, this reminds me of one of those building toys. You know, with the blocks. I've never played with them before. I wonder if it's more interesting than stacking chips. Oh, look. The gap is closed. And it fits perfectly. So, what's next? Oh, good heavens. Did I drink? Am I still in a dream?
Indeed.
Oh, Doctor, you're huge. It's me! Down here! In the sand pit! Oh, actually, I think we could make this work for us. Just find a way to slip me into Sunday's collar, and I'll infiltrate the family just like that. Oh, fine. I was just kidding. Let's find a way to open the door.
You going somewhere? Guess I've been through and can't see the birds. What's happening? I see. Place looks interesting. But over it, actually. All scattered.
Hello! Welcome to the Golden Hour base model. I am an Oak Soldier. I will be here to guide you through the tour of the base model. Happy to be of service.
And tell me about the tour.
Hello! Welcome to the Golden Hour base model. I am an Oak Soldier. I will be here to guide you through the tour of the base model.
Okay, I'm just checking some Discord messages to make sure. Anything important?
Model, happy to be of service. Generating guide. Please wait patient. Found the nearest check-in spot. Please look behind me. A capsule machine model.
What's up with that? Now the family's toys are trying to frame me? I didn't do a thing to it, Doc. You've got to be my witness.
I saw nothing.
Oh, capsule machine. There's no mechanism on the floor. Could there be one at the top? Doctor, do me a favor. So, I was right. These models have interiors that look exactly like the real buildings. The only difference is that no one lives in them. Funny that Sunday puts a miniature that makes him seem like a giant by comparison right where he can see it first thing in the morning. Insecure much?
One down.
Eternal.
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Go Navi!
0 points.
Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game! Confiscated!
Just.
Project wrapped!
Oh, one of the fragments flew upstairs. I'll need to use the pinball machine to flick myself up there. But it's tough. Oh, great. There's another pinball machine base here. And it's empty too. Doc! I'll need your brain power again.
There's no need to yell, I can hear you. The pinball machine must be hidden somewhere in the hall. Like the arch. Wait here, and I'll be back in a minute. Finally, a moment of peace.
For the fear of the mediocre,
All will be swept away by the wind.
Liquidation!
Answer me! Freedom!
All will be swept away by the wind.
Go Nappy! All in. Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Existence is unity.
Liquidation!
Just as my calculations predicted. That's it. Pleasant moments of solitude are always fleeting.
Oh, you're back. Just place it here. Thank you. Thanks, Doc. Horatio, you should come in here and take a look. The view here is breathtaking. Honestly, you could easily squash me with just a pinch.
If that is your wish, I will do so without a moment's hesitation.
All done. Piece of cake.
Sound lingers.
Feeling lucky.
For the theater of the mediocre.
Eternal.
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Liquidation!
0 points.
Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Freedom!
No dirty tricks, all right? Watch your head.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Answer me.
Go Nappy!
points. All in.
Existence is unity.
No dirty tricks, alright?
Liquidation!
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Answer me. Fail.
Not bad
All
damage.
will be swept away by the wind.
3 debuffs and all that.
Better cut our losses.
All in.
Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Test. 0 points. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood. Failed.
Go Nuffy!
All done. Piece of cake.
Let me get to the other one though. Probably there. It'd have to be something like this, but then I'm out of energy. I guess you have to come back later, maybe?
And the joyous tour of Toy City has come to an end. Makes me feel sad. Penacony isn't all bad, right? I'll use this interesting experience as a talking point at the poker table.
It's a pity you made it out of the sandpit alive. Sunday is just beyond this door. From my limited understanding, he's not someone easily handled. Are you prepared?
Yeah, only I believe he's the one who should be prepared to face me.
Tell me about your plan.
I don't have a plan. I'll just play it by ear. There are only two kinds of bargaining chips when dealing with people. Benefit or fear.
Looks like sincerity isn't in your dictionary.
Am I not sincere enough? There's no need to emphasize it. We've got to make good use of death. That man's sister is dead. He won't be able to turn a blind eye, and that's fear. And I'll help him find the murderer. He can't do it due to his status and position, but I can. And that's benefit.
On what basis do you believe he's incapable, necessitating the delegation to someone from a rival faction, the IPC?
Simple. Because that murderer could very well be a traitor hiding inside the family.
Do you mean the Galaxy Ranger whom you accused previously?
That was just an excuse, good doctor. There's something wrong with that woman, and we need someone who can keep her in check. It's better to minimize the variables outside our control while we execute our plans. Moreover, I need to know her identity. If I'm lucky. She could be an important pawn. And it's good to have more helpful friends when dealing with this matter. But honestly, the murder case is likely unrelated to her. I believe my standpoint. There's a rat in the family. Otherwise, why would Mr. Sunday arrange a private meeting with us? This isn't an interrogation, but a secret negotiation. We'll see. Using Robin's death as a bargaining chip, I'll win back my freedom and power. In the end, I'll ruin this beautiful dream and create the grandest death. If the chance of winning is just beyond this door, even if that chance is close to zero, well, you can't win if you don't play, right?
Ah, the charming audacity. To think that you, of all people, might emerge victorious, dear gambler.
3 chips are enough. All or nothing.
It seems my puzzles are too effortless for you, IPC Ambassador.
I appreciate your words. And I see you put a lot of effort into welcoming me, Mr. Sunday. However, this is no way to greet a guest.
Well, this isn't an invitation, but a summoning. Before we speak, I need to test your character. I imagine this knowledgeable doctor friend of yours has been of great help, yes?
Certainly. You ought to know this better than I do. He's already faithfully fulfilled his duties, hasn't he?
Yes, the doctor has assured me of your noble character. He considers you, like himself, a virtuous person who can be trusted by the family. I have come to know you very well as a person, Mr. Aventurine. You're diligent, generous, and willing to cooperate. The fact that you succeeded in overcoming many obstacles just to meet me gave me the reason to believe in your wisdom and courage. But there's one thing I must ask you. That is, you've used your wisdom at the wrong place to meet the wrong person and put yourself in a situation where you shouldn't be, witnessing a tragedy that shouldn't have happened.
You don't look too well. Am I making you anxious? If not, then it means I'm on your side.
If I wasn't mistaken, you'd just made a serious accusation against the family.
No, you weren't mistaken. For depravity is creeping in around you. Well, there's no need for us to be evasive. Let's talk about your sister. Your sister's talent is unrivaled in the world of show business. As you know, her voice has been out of tune since she returned to Penacony. What's more disheartening, she can't sing anymore. Who could be responsible for this? Many suspect the culprit is among the outsiders, but I know you hold a different opinion. Now your noble status has become a shackle, preventing you from apprehending the murderer and avenging your sister's death. You're feeling anxious because you're out on a limb. But don't worry, I'm on your side.
I'm immensely honored by your concern for me, Mr. Aventurine. Since you're so selfless and generous, I believe you wouldn't ask for anything in return, would you?
Well, naturally, you wouldn't incur any loss from this. I just want to reclaim what is mine. My liberty and the personal items under the family's custody, the bag of gift money, and...
the box in which the cornerstone is stored.
That's right.
Cornerstone. I've heard it's a treasured asset of the Strategic Investment Department. A sacred stone that seals the Preservation Emanator, granting significant power, and every liquidation specialist holds one. For an object so precious, it probably comes at an even higher price than other forms of recompense.
Well, I'm sure you're aware of the high level of risk I'll be undertaking to bring the truth to light.
Mr. Aventurine, when you're out and about, do you always make adjustments to your appearance? Your tie should be on the center line. Your shirt must not protrude from your vest. Your trouser creases should be perfectly straight, and always aligned with the tips of your shoes.
Of course.
But I don't, because it's not appropriate to do so in public. You should make sure everything is presentable and in order before leaving the house. I'm not the kind that takes risks. The cornerstone must be in the custody of the family.
No room for negotiation.
Please, don't let me turn you down twice.
Sure. The gift money is good enough. I suppose you wouldn't mind that. After all, a merchant can't function without a bargaining chip.
You compromised quicker than I thought. Unfortunately, it's a gambler that needs a bargaining chip, not a merchant. I can give you your gift money, but before that, I want you to tell me. The fact that you can decisively forsake the box you asked for, what exactly is stored in it? Oh, triple-faced soul, please sear his tongue and palms with a hot iron, so that he will not be able to fabricate lies and make false vows.
What have you done?
Under the light of the harmony, all wickedness is revealed. I implore them to shed their light, and I'll ask you questions on their behalf. Next, you have 113 seconds to prove your innocence and gain my trust.
And if I refuse to answer?
You can try, and we'll see if the harmony rejects you. Question. Do you own a cornerstone?
Yes.
What a simple answer. You, too, understand that idle chatter leads only to poverty. Did you hand over the cornerstone to the family when you entered Penacony?
Yes.
Does the cornerstone you handed over to the family belong to you?
Yes.
Is your cornerstone in this room right now?
Yes.
Is your memory free from any kind of tampering or deletion, encompassing but not restricted to the techniques of the Garden of Recollection?
Yes.
Are you an Avgin from Sigonia?
Yes. You even know about that?
Do the Avgins have any ability to read, tamper with, or manipulate one's own or another's mind?
No. Does it matter?
Do you love your family more than yourself?
Yes.
All the Avgins were killed in a massacre. Am I right?
No.
Are you your clan's sole survivor?
Perhaps.
Do you hate and wish to destroy this world with your own hands?
I don't know.
Interesting. Now, the final question. Can you swear that at this very moment, the Aventurine stone is safe and sound in this box?
Of course.
Looks like we can get an answer. Open it, Mr. Aventurine. It's your last chance to defend your honor. Please. Are these what you're looking for? Since you came as promised, learned doctor, does this mean that you are willing to take the side of the family in this farce?
What makes you think you can convince me?
I've heard you haven't enjoyed Mr. Aventurine's company. I also understand that you're an avid learner who sees the pursuit of knowledge above all.
In that case, you ought to realize that a competent scholar knows their position and wouldn't forsake more vital matters for the sake of petty pride.
If you agree to assist the family, I'll share our research findings on the Stellaron. You must be quite aware that, besides the family, no other faction is willing to share such information.
Cut to the chase. What do you need from me?
I need Mr. Aventurine's comprehensive plan.
Haven't you confiscated his cornerstone? You can't expect a featherless bird to take flight.
But I've also heard the 10 elites in the Strategic Investment Department have united, progressing together in the interests of the IPC.
You'll have to speak more clearly than that.
The cornerstone, which Mr. Aventurine surrendered. Was it really his?
You question whether he would entrust you with someone else's cornerstone. The 10 Stonehearts aren't as united as you think. Cornerstones are significantly more precious to them than their very own lives.
But you know that he's a crazed gambler. The more vocal he is about it, the more cautious I must be.
I never imagined someone would share his way of thinking. Honestly, you should see a shrink. Bring it. The box containing the cornerstone is unique, and only IPC senior staff and related members can access it. But I happen to be among them.
I appreciate it.
Unfortunately, your guess is correct.
The golden stone. Its color and glow are similar to that of Klepoth's body.
This is the very ruse he intends to use to fool you. He won't reveal to you that the 10 Stonehearts chisel their own will into the cornerstones, granting them an unparalleled radiance.
And this golden stone is also known as a topaz, not a venturine. And it belongs to Topaz.
So, do you wish to confront him?
Not at the moment. I'm more interested to know the location of his cornerstone.
The safest place somewhere you'd never think of. Because he never intended to hide it. In fact, that cornerstone has been in your hands from the very beginning.
I see. This bag. Mixing a cornerstone, more precious than life itself, with a bunch of worthless jewels, disguised as a gift of money waiting to be confiscated, is indeed in line with Mr. Aventurine's style.
Then he makes up some trivial excuse, downplaying the matter, and requests the gift money. This is a gamble, one he's all too familiar with, betting on your single misstep, leading to a total loss.
Learned doctor, I am grateful for your help. The family will surely reward a righteous person like you. As for the villain, I hope he retreats in humiliation. It was all thanks to your friend with a keen eye that I could add a blot of utter failure to your storied career.
Ratio, you wretch.
Finally shown your true colors, huh? Oh, and just to remind you, you currently only have 17 system hours left to live. Treasure your remaining time, and savor the delectable aftertaste of defeat.
You might as well explain yourself a little more clearly.
What I performed on you just now was the Harmony's consecration. You were to show allegiance beneath the illumination of their grace. Yet you acted willfully, uttering nothing but falsehoods, transforming the consecration into a trial. I genuinely see no reason to absolve you from it.
Is this what the Harmony represents? But is it built upon constraint and coercion?
You misunderstand, Mr. Aventurine. Punishment is meant for the irreverent, but I have seen your resilient spirit, and thus I offer you the possibility of a new beginning. Throughout these 17 system hours, you will be unable to escape the dreamscape or contact any of your companions. You only have 2 paths before you, and it all depends on whether you can complete my test within the time limit. Should you succeed, you will be able to coalesce into the harmony and be with your family. If you fail, you will suffer the wrath of the eternal Centurion and fall into an abyss of doom.
Sounds like I'm gonna end up the same either way.
I indeed do need a servant to help me uncover the evil hidden in the family from an external perspective. I will purge the evil from the inside and bring the real culprits to justice within 17 system hours. When the time comes, compare your findings with mine. If both our findings align, or if you can provide me more insights, then they will truly be able to grant you mercy and honesty.
Shameless hypocrites. You took everything from me and still demand the truth? That isn't fair. Your carnival reeks with the stench of cash. Nothing is achievable without it.
This is meant to be an act of personal virtue, not requiring the family's support. Your bag is over there. Do as you please. I believe you can trade this bag of worthless jewels for everything you need. That's what gamblers excel at, isn't it? Off you go, Mr. Aventurine. You are free. I will wait here for your good news.
This meeting isn't an interrogation or a negotiation. It's an outright execution.
Why would I do that, Mr. Aventurine? I'm just wondering what a passerby who stumbled upon a scene of a murder could have found out. That's all. By the way, before you go, I have a personal question.
What is it now?
Do you truly wish to bring about the destruction of this world?
Kakavasha! Where did you go? Oh, are you injured?
I got it back, sister.
You went to look for them? That's too dangerous. It's just a necklace. It's neither food nor water. We can survive without it. But I can't live without you, little brother. Promise me not to look for those catechins again, okay?
Sister, don't be afraid. The catechins are fools, but I'm smart. I played a game with them, and I won.
Won? What happened exactly? Tell me.
I made a bet with them. The 2 birds in the desert and me. Who will die first? I won. They suspected me of cheating, but I didn't. I won fair and square.
Of course. Of course you'd win. You've always been a lucky child. Gaiathra Triclops must be watching over you. But that's no reason to push your luck by going up against those bloodthirsty, cruel catechins. Have you forgotten how Mom and Dad... Look, this is just a necklace. But Kakavasha, you are my only family.
I'm sorry, sister. I thought you'd be happy. Because Mom left you this necklace. There'll be no next time.
It is important. but not as important as you, my dearest brother. I don't blame you, but you must remember what Mom said. Pain and poverty are the trials of Gayathra Triclops. She has also granted us a chance, and that's your good luck, Kakavasha. Your good luck is the most precious wealth we, all Avgin, have. You're a child blessed by Gayathra Triclops, and can lead the clan to happiness. So always remember to protect yourself, and never resent the pain and poverty you're going through, all right? Listen to me, and swear to Gayathra Triclops.
Okay. We'll swear to Gayathra Triclops to protect this wealth. But sister, if Gayathra Triclops was really watching over us, then why did she not protect Dad when he was swept away by the quicksand? After all, Dad went to the Catechins' land only to prepare for Gayathra Triclops' offerings. And where was Gayathra Triclops when Mom was shivering in our arms? Mom was still pleading for Gayathra Triclops' forgiveness under her breath, until the moment she closed her eyes. Sister, everyone praises me for being smart, but I don't get it. If every rain pour was Gayathra Triclops' forgiveness and grace, then how bad were our sins? So much so that we were born in this world of death?
Excuse me. I can't seem to find any information on this artist in the Iris family archives. The photo you provided also doesn't show any matches.
Just as I thought. I'd like to ask, what kind of traces do people leave when they enter a dream?
Are you referring to the records when you enter the dream pool? The equipment will monitor physiological indicators such as heart rate, blood oxygen levels, and body temperature in real time. This data will be included in statistics and handed over to the family for the screening of any data anomalies. Immediate action will be taken once any illegal behavior is detected. I apologize. The hotel does not have access. This information is managed by the Bloodhound family. We can only gain access if there's a problem.
Looks like nothing can be found here.
At least we know who to look for next. We can ask the Bloodhound family for information. Thank you for your assistance, Miss Allie. By the way, is Miss Robin doing fine? We are looking forward to her performance.
Fine? What does that mean? Is there something wrong with Miss Robin? The preparations for the Charmony Festival have been proceeding smoothly, so I guess things are pretty good. I believe she will be able to put on a spectacular show for all of you.
I'm sure. Sure enough, no one knows about Miss Robin. I'm not surprised. But that Miss Firefly is truly mysterious. There's no information on her in the hotel system. Even if she's a stowaway, she should have a disguised identity after entering the planet. She's also in the running for the legacy. How is she going to sneak into the dreamscape unnoticed?
Is there any other way to enter a dream? Besides the hotel room's dream pool?
The Memo Keepers have abilities that are difficult for normal people to comprehend. In the memory zone of Penacony, they thrive effortlessly, a fact proven to us by Black Swan. The hacker girl from the Stellaron Hunters used extraordinary means to unlock the Dreamscape Hotel's seal. According to the scene witnessed by her, it is likely that they are behind Miss Firefly's case.
Garden of Recollection and the Stellaron Hunters. Both are possible, but what about the IPC? Since they want Penacony all for themselves, they're bound to have a plan.
Who are you guys?
The Bravo team has arrived at their designated position, ready to execute armed evacuation operation. Boss, get moving!
Armed evacuation? Boss, are you drunk?
What do you know? It's more efficient this way. Just don't let the director find out. Act first, report later. Understood?
Help! Help me! I spent all my year-end bonus on the snowball! I don't want my name on the department's major disciplinary notice!
Hey, check it out! That voice. Could it be the IPC workers from Belobog?
To all guests, the IPC will be conducting special operations within the hotel. Please follow the staff in charge of evacuation to the designated safe zones, or compulsory measures will be enforced.
I'll request a beating for you lot! You've been told not to drink during work hours.
Oh, Topaz.
Take him back to the hotel room. I'll organize a meeting later to properly go over how this incident report should be written.
Miss Topaz? I never thought I'd run into you on Penacony.
Oh, long time no see, Astral Express crew. Aventurine has told me a lot about your happenings. Huh? It's fine. Do as they ask, and try to avoid any conflicts with the family. Report to me before taking any action. Yes, all right. As you see, the IPC isn't very popular here on Penacony. Cordiality from the family is a mere facade. The former frontier prison has turned around and cuffed its shackles on the IPC staff now. Only Aventurine, who carries an invitation, is allowed to attend the banquet. An entourage like us, we can only sit around in the reality hotel, unauthorized to even enter dreams.
No wonder Aventurine's scrambling to partner up with someone. The IPC can't back him up in the dreamscape.
His situation isn't optimistic, I hear. You're all helping to investigate some dirt on the family, are you not? Let me know if you need anything outside the dreamscape. The IPC always treats its partners well.
Thank you, Miss Topaz. We're on our way to the Hounds to verify some intel. Perhaps you've had dealings with them?
Yep. They're tailing us right now. Why not go and talk to them? It'll take the spotlight off me. Being constantly stared at is really uncomfortable.
Trailblazer POV. First. That's where we'll get it early.
How does it feel to be in business with Aventurine? I bet you're not used to it. That's just his style. All or nothing is his mantra. He's always cozying up to his clients while egging them on to undertake some dangerous assignment with him. But everyone has their merits, so I won't comment further. But Aventurine's luck has always been good. He's always closed all his cases without a hitch, and basically never lost a gamble. Which is why, on the issue of retaking Penacony, I'm watching with keen interest. As for the two cases, apologies, but I don't have much info on them either. All I can do is ask you to keep digging for more details.
Goodbye, Topaz.
Please, continue to investigate the case. All I can do is sit tight in the real world. I look forward to hearing your progress.
We're carrying out our captain's orders. What do you want?
We made a mistake last time, and we're working hard to rectify it now. We don't have time for anything else. Surveilling the IPC executive Topaz, ensuring that she stays put at the Reverie Hotel during her time on Penacony. We've got the right one this time.
So that's it. They were the pair who were after Firefly at the time.
It's you again. Back for more trouble? We're not afraid of you this time.
Well, spit it out. Stop bothering us if you've nothing important.
So you know each other. Why do you keep running into people you've beaten up before? That's right. We're investigating a murder for the family. Can we speak to your captain about the case?
Well...
Hey! The security officer instructed everyone to shut their traps before he returned from Dream's Edge. What murder? You'd better stop spouting nonsense.
Yeah, that's right. We have nothing to report. Please leave.
Looks like they're not going to cooperate. But they did at least tell us that the captain is at Dream's Edge.
Why don't we just look for the security officer then? It's probably Gallagher, the one she mentioned, right?
We have nothing to report. Please, leave.
Please, continue to investigate.
Is there like another chest here in reality? Lucky statue.
Time for a break. Silent mode activated.
Time away money, buddy! Kicked up! Oh boy! I've eaten too much this time!
We have a standard. I'm not due on any on the standard for a while, I don't think. Probably I'm above 50. Not exactly nothing.
Such tight security. I bet they're stumped by the case as well. Gallagher. Gallagher. Where could he be?
dream is effortless.
Constructing. Constructing dreams is something sacred, reflective. Dreams are supposed to be.
Just as I thought.
Apologies. The Bloodhound family is running an investigation up ahead. No unauthorized personnel allowed. Hold on a minute. I think I've seen you before. The gray-haired one.
How much trouble have you stirred up exactly on Penacony?
Not possible. It was you the last time, yelling about some clockwork friendship while beating me up with that silver-haired girl. I'm not letting you get by this time. Please leave, or I'll have to get on my knees and beg you.
Huh? What kind of heinous crime have you committed now?
Hold on, sir. We have documents authorized by the family that would aid your investigation. If it wouldn't trouble you, could we see this Mr. Gallagher?
Who exactly is this Gallagher you keep talking about? There's been a few people mentioning this name. Even the one with the gray hair.
He didn't send you all here?
It was the security officer who dispatched us. That's all I can divulge.
He'll do. He's the one we've been looking for.
Sorry, no can do. The boss said that since it's a matter of the family's reputation, no one's allowed through. Everyone, please leave. There's really no need for us to make things difficult for each other, right?
We're really sorry for troubling you. Let's think of another way.
Another way. That's it! Didn't they say something about that? What was it? Clockwork? That got this guy to change his mind. Can you perform it again? That, clocky magic. Please?
Sorry, no can do. The boss said that since it's a matter of the family's reputation, no one's allowed through. Everyone, please leave. Let me see what time it is now. Whoa, it's this time already. What? Time to clock out. And no one's gonna stop me.
What? This clockwork trick of yours, it's kinda dangerous.
At least he won't be getting in our way again. Let's go find that Gallagher and ask him the intricacies of the case.
I was wondering what all the commotion was. Huh. Oh, it's you guys. Welcome. Since you made it here, what can I do for you?
Hello, Mr. Gallagher, sir. Judging from your tone, it sounds like you were expecting us.
Miss Himiko, you're too polite. There's no need to call me sir.
Mr. Gallagher, you even know my name.
Of course I do. You folks are from the legendary Astral Express and honorable guests of the Watchmaker. I had an encounter with this lady in the Golden Hour. I remember that little silver-haired girl was there too. I'm sorry for what happened to that kid.
This is also the reason why we've come to visit you, Mr. Gallagher. The Express can't just overlook the death of that child. So we've decided to help the family get to the bottom of it, in the hopes of getting justice for her.
The Nameless involved with the family. What an unpredictable twist of fate.
Why? What's wrong with the family?
It's nothing. On Penacony, everyone loves the family. No matter how much one resists the beautiful dream, when the time comes, they too will find it hard to let go. Who wants to leave a warm nest? Just idiots, little kids, and inebriated fools.
Mr. Gallagher seems to be getting at something.
Well, you got it wrong. I'm not. You want to discuss the case? Sure, come with me. This is not a good place to talk. Let's go elsewhere.
Even after that chilling tragedy, this dream is still running effortlessly. Other than the family of the Harmony, it's hard to imagine any other power in the universe that could sustain a building of such magnitude.
The family itself is a huge, perfect building, like a living idol. Each member of the family sees themselves as a piece of the divine puzzle, revolving around a singular core and a shared ideal. Under their command, they loyally fulfill their roles, offering themselves while also receiving sustenance in return.
Interesting analogy. Perhaps that's why Penacony's beautiful dream has persisted for so long.
But the human body has its limits, and so does the Divine's.
That doesn't sound like the kind of comment a Galaxy Ranger would make.
Just pointing out the facts. Mr. Yang will definitely have a better sense of what's going on than I do.
Why do you say that, Miss Acheron?
The beautiful dream is crumbling. But not because of a particular eon, a particular faction, or a particular visitor. Its collapse stems from a certain inevitability of human nature. The family refuses to acknowledge this, and it has ultimately backfired and become a catalyst. As people immerse their souls in the dreamscape, where consequences and pain cease to exist, and only ease and pleasure prevail, they draw closer and closer to necrosis. Regardless of the perceived bliss, death looms as the inevitable conclusion. Also, this necrosis will diffuse and spread. One piece of the puzzle's mutation will eventually cause the entire building to shake, break, and crumble.
I don't want to interrupt the story too much,
In the
so
end,
that's why
the dreams that
I don't
people
like talking
built
during
in the name
cutscenes
of
and all this is
freedom
cutscenes.
became the cage that imprisoned them. I'm sure you've gained a lot from this trip, Miss Acheron. Are you willing to share your findings with me?
Of course. That's if I remember. Don't mind me. It's just a habit. Owing to events in the past, I've become easily forgetful. It's only when this sword is unsheathed that those hazy memories start to become clearer.
Take your time.
That should do it. I vividly remember everything that occurred on Penacony. Ask away.
The moment of daybreak. I've heard that's where the Dawn Factory, which processes the foundation of the dreamscape, is located.
Behind the dreamscape's song and dance stand many imagination factories. Workers create all kinds of whimsical works day in and day out in their dreams. Then they return to reality and sleep on a narrow bed in a room. A far cry from luxury. They say it will suffice. Experiencing the bizarre and motley dreamscape is the best reward. There I encountered a young woman who had just come of age. The perfect time to indulge in beautiful dreams. Her greatest wish was to one day move to the golden hour and see the magnificent garments she had woven with her own hands. For certain reasons, her wish was difficult to fulfill. But I managed to bring her a garment.
Gilded Hour. It's said to be Penacony's currency center.
Yes. It is a fortress-like financial city, the economic heart of the dreamscape. The Pepeshi people of the Alfalfa family are there to keep it running, sending blood that is made from money everywhere on Penacony. Everyone there is exquisitely dressed and always in a hurry. The greatest wish of the local Pepeshi people is for their future generations to work in the Gilded Hour. I've never met anyone who is willing to talk. I could only stand at the crossroads, watching crowds of people hurrying like the wind through the jungle of steel, only to deposit the alfalfa credits that they'd earned into the bank's vault. I don't know if they would open the vault's door, but before I left, I witnessed a well-dressed Pepeshi person plummet from the sky, while those around him continued on their way, unfazed.
I hear the Blue Hour is very romantic. Do you have any tales to share?
Perhaps Mr. Yang has heard. There is a large boat called the Eventide, anchored along the Sea of Dreams, where soft music and dancing persist endlessly every night. I ran into a wizened lady there. She was at the dock, waiting for her long-departed lover to return, waiting for countless hours within time that stood still. In the humid sea breeze, she spoke of her own youth. Like many who desired wealth and love, they came to Penacony to pursue their dreams. Alas, her lover's consciousness was lost in the dark depths of the Sea of Dreams. Finally, she suggested we continue our conversation on a boat in the shallows. I agreed and boarded the boat with her. But she never said anything. Her eyes absent-mindedly gazing at the horizon for what seemed like forever. Finally, we retreated to the beach.
The dreamscape of chic, luxury, and consumerism, the moment of dusk. My companions have been there too.
Then you all must have seen those who are attempting to realize their dreams. Or have realized them. Scattering money as if it were dust and betting it on all or nothing. Everything has a price, and everything can be bought or sold. Even dreams themselves. I saw an Intellitron there, who was preparing to auction himself. When someone wins a bid under stipulated periods and rules, he would do the buyer's every bidding, becoming that person's very possession. That Intellitron had been auctioned off 12 times, and I participated in his 13th. That was the grandest banquet I had ever attended. But never again did anyone cast another glance at him. This time around, there were no successful bids for him. This is what I've seen and heard along the way. Someone once said to me, Penacony wasn't like this a long time ago, nor should it be. I've traveled through the reality and dreamscape of the planet of festivities, watched the tides of night rise and fall when time stopped for people. Where the spirits of the rich and impoverished remain forever fixed on their own scales. This is why I think the collapse of the beautiful dream is inevitable.
There might be a way to change everything.
Perhaps. But if this is indeed the world that people desire, if this is precisely why life chooses to slumber, should we still seek to change it?
Miss Acheron, now it's my turn to share a story with you. There was a man from my homeland who, at a time when the world was grappling with deep, unhealable pain, made a choice. He wove together the dreams of everyone in the world, linking people's dreamscapes, and shouldered this burden himself. From this, he created a giant, a spiritual Adam. And since that moment, the giant stood between heaven and earth, becoming the pillar of the world's existence. As a price, those who found it hard to move forward, who could not advance, forever lost their future. They slumbered in a dream, devoid of disaster and pain, living out their days peacefully in the man's created utopia. And it is because of the wishes of those people who wished not to awaken that this spiritual Adam became unbreakable.
And yet, you stand here right now, which also means that man failed.
Because people must always move towards the future. Even if human weaknesses make them pause when they truly cannot move forward, humanity will eventually seek a way to save itself. And that man, he was never a failure. Like everyone in that world, he etched the possibilities of human nature into his heart. He was the sun chaser of legend, soaring towards the sky and embracing his final victory with his fall. He ascended to heights uncharted, only to come face to face with the sun, a place not visited by anyone before. His wings would melt because of it, only for him to fall into the sea. And after that, countless others would surpass him, soaring to even greater heights.
A fitting metaphor for the Nameless's trailblazing spirit. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I know what you wish to confirm. The universe has innumerable similar, yet different worlds. In these worlds, there are innumerable people who look alike, yet don't. I too have embarked on journeys, encountering old friends with familiar faces on different worlds, witnessing their destinies follow paths similar to mine. So I will tell you, even if not completely similar, the story you just told, it overlaps with my past, and within that abyssal dream, I ended that man's life, alone. I am not who you think I am, nor will my home be as fortunate as your world.
I am sorry.
It's fine. I don't mind, so long as I can alleviate your suspicions.
There's something I still wish to know, Miss Acheron. Under that representation of the hunt, exactly what sort of power is it that has motivated your solitary journey thus far?
Mr. Yang, before answering that question, I wish to continue the previous topic. I like your analogy very much. Indeed, birds are born to fly. But in a distant past, their ancestors could only gaze at the sky in envy. They saw that faraway ray of light from above the heavens, piercing through the clouds and blanketing the earth. And so, time and time again, generation after generation, the birds spread their wings and took to the sky, attempting to touch its ceiling, all because the sun was there. Then, what if the last bird finally soars into the sky, only to realize that the end of the light is not the sun, but darkness? Then why, exactly, do we even walk towards the light?
Long time no see. Having fun on Penacony? Acheron?
This voice, it's not Constance. Could it be her companion?
Though I don't know exactly what you are, or what you're up to, my bullets will find you. Until then, you best find a casket store on Penacony and ask the owner to reserve
that
a
Good
good
Hill guy?
quality casket for you, imposter.
Imposter?
Southern.
I see.
Among Us?
She gave my whereabouts to someone who's tracking Acheron too. Who are you?
Huh? Did I make a mistake? Who the fudge are you?
Fudge.
I'm the Garden of Recollection's memo keeper.
Not bad. This is the kind of tough challenge I like. You that imposter's bodyguard? Never mind. It's fine. I'll leave a round for you. So get that forehead clean and wait for me.
I don't know what you're talking about, but you know Acheron, the Galaxy Ranger, yes? I have something to ask you.
Are you asking me to write your will? Sure. Go ahead.
Not quite. I only want to ask, how exactly did she become a Galaxy Ranger? She's clearly not a path strider of the hunt, but you are, aren't you? Tell me, what's Acheron's deal?
Sure. Never thought I'd come across an ally. Fudge, what a stroke of luck.
Well, I'll be on Penacony soon. Memo keeper, go buy a bottle of his Donna's white oak and warm it up, and I'll raise a glass to you. That lady's passed. Well, nobody knows. But if all you want is a simple answer, sure, you best get a chair and take a seat. That woman, named Acheron, is an emanator who should not exist.
You look pale. Or is that also part of your act?
I didn't think you'd have the nerve to show yourself.
I thought this was exactly what you wanted. After all, I faithfully fulfilled my duties as you instructed. Just tell me if you can't hold on any longer.
So, the genius of the Council of Mundanites wants to be my Undertaker now. My, what an honor.
Yes, and I'm pretty sure the people at the Strategic Investment Department would love to be notified of your death in due time. But let's not forget, you won't be seeing them. Because I'm the manager of this task.
Great. Then tell your people that Aventurine is ready to go in 17 system hours.
Oh, you've got a lot of nerve. How exactly do you plan on completing your task while your hands are tied by the Harmony?
Well, my conversation with Sunday convinced me that there's a traitor in the family, and that they hold the secrets of Penacony. So, I took the opportunity to set everything in motion. I even managed to recover the gift money. Things haven't gone this smoothly since I walked through the doors of the Reverie. Now I'm only one step away from victory. Let's just wait and see.
Sounds like a very elaborate way of saying that you failed.
That's all I can say. Have you forgotten, Doctor? You betrayed me. Go. Do what you must. I look forward to the sight of the IPC fleet surrounding Penacony. You've achieved what you desired, haven't you?
That's true, but what's your plan? Did you conceal an orbital support beacon in that gift money bag?
Well, who knows? Maybe that's why I'm handing out cash even when I'm about to bite the dust.
You are indeed a gambler. An insane one at that.
Well, maybe I am. Who knows?
Fine. Here, take this. Open it when you're on your last legs. You'll thank me.
What's this? Medical advice? You catch on pretty fast, Doctor. Asking me to solve a case without giving a single clue. How typical of you, you wing-headed scoundrel. But the way you're all on edge about that stowaway, it's just as I guessed it would be. As for now, let the rain of wealth from the IPC fall evenly on everyone.
That Robin music in the background. Grab enough luck charm.
Would you be willing to support my performance? And keep the Song of Beauty alive in the cosmos? Wow, how fabulous! But why would you give such a wonderful gift to a random stranger like me?
Well, you see, I can't bear to see anyone in this sweet dream suffering from poverty.
That's incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much, sir. If you ever get the chance, please, feel free to come by and indulge in my singing.
Sure thing. Oh, by the way, do you happen to know anything interesting about death?
Death? That's a pretty scary topic, and it doesn't really match the mood of this sweet dream.
Oh, you see, I'm a tabloid reporter collecting ghost stories in Penacony. As you know, the more chilling the stories, the more attention they get. Maybe you could help me out.
Well, if you're up for some gossip, it's not about death, But there have been some rumors about a guest at the reality hotel who fell into a deep sleep and didn't wake up. It was like they were in some sort of coma. Nobody knows what caused it, but luckily the customer eventually regained consciousness. Well, all customers are under the protection of the family, after all.
Thank you. This will make for a very juicy headline. May Shibe protect us. Unexplained coma. That's actually what happens to your body if your brain dies in a dream. But unfortunately, the customer ended up waking up in the end. I can feel something inside my head. Is the harmony starting to kick in?
Movie critic.
The world has truly lost its way. You... wait. I get it now. This is some sort of prank show, right? You must have some cameras set up around here to film yourself doing good deeds, right? You youngsters are always looking for a quick way to get an audience. But you know what? A truly great show never comes easy.
A great show will start soon, old man. But before that, I need to ask you something. Do you know where I can find death in this dream?
Ah, I see. Another fearless youngster looking for death, huh? Well, let me give you a piece of advice. Don't think you're the first one who's ever thought of that idea. Death? Not even remotely innovative. I bought it from Dr. Edward. He claimed it was some exclusive fancy schmancy stuff. Oh, what a disappointment. The effects were awful. First, some monster covered in eyes stabs you in the gut. And then all you see are blurry glimpses of buildings and lights. The sky was spinning so fast it almost made me puke.
Is that all?
Yeah, what else can you expect? Don't put too much stock in the Penacony movie industry. They even call this junk groundbreaking art. Can you believe it?
What a joke. Well, I'll leave you be then. I hope you have a wonderful day. A monster covered in eyes. That sounds like the Memory Zone meme. But buildings and lights... I don't think those have anything to do with death. Well, that whole dream bubble was probably created using rumors and gossip. The disturbing voice in my head. It's getting closer.
A sip of liquor. A blissful reprieve. To drown 1,000 sorrows. Let worries leave. I know I have what it takes to become a poet. Oh? You're giving these gems to me? Didn't expect to meet such a generous soul in this place. Or are you just pitying me? Well, it really doesn't matter. As long as I have Soul Glad, that's enough. This is just a dream after all.
You really shouldn't drink so much Soul Glad, my friend. It's not good for your health.
Oh? Maybe I really should quit. But not before meeting the Devil of Soul Glad.
The Devil of Soul Glad? Care to elaborate?
Yeah. It's a seahorse with a long neck. They say it loves to appear to drunk people, especially the ones who are passed out on the side of the road. How funny.
Yeah. Very funny indeed. Thank you. Does everyone have to go through so much torment before joining the family? Darn it. Now I just want to dig out my brain and use it as evidence.
Take care, my friend. If you ever find yourself in danger, remember that the hounds are always ready to help. You don't look good, my friend. If you need assistance, I can contact the hotel and have them wake you up forcefully.
That won't be necessary. I have some business to attend to. But thank you all the same.
All right, then. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to reach out to us hounds.
Well, actually, I do need a favor. As the most outstanding hound in Penacony, have you come across any stowaways recently?
Stowaways? How could there be stowaways in Penacony? We've never had anything like that before.
All right. Good luck with your work, then. What was I even thinking? Family would never share intel with the IPC.
This is the one. It has to be. You want to talk to me? Sure, but nothing too sensitive, okay? Huh. Wealthy people have fancy ways to enjoy this dream. But to be honest, I've never seen anyone who gives out money to others like you. So, are you trying to be the prince from the tale, handing out his gold leaf garment and melting his lead heart in the fire?
I'm flattered. I'm no prince, and I just thought these gems would help you speak. So, as an investigative reporter, maybe you've heard something about death?
Ah, another curious soul. I see. Well, that was actually the topic I was most into when I entered the industry. But my boss shut it down.
How did your boss talk you out of it?
Well, she simply said, covering baseless urban legends like that would make us look like some third-rate tabloid. I thought about it, and she had a point. Reporting on stuff like blowing out birthday candles and getting spooked by nightmare ghosts isn't exactly professional material.
Guess she's got a point. Thank you for sharing.
Were you wanting to talk to me? Sorry, I thought you were checking out something behind me. Is this a gift? For me? Are you sure this isn't some kind of mistake?
Yes, it's for you. Just take it.
Is this for real? Someone is actually giving me a gift. Not for my parents, but for me. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, it's not much. I just want to ask you something.
I knew it. What's on your mind? Are you trying to ask about my father or my mother?
Neither. I just wanted to know if you've ever heard about death in the dreamscape.
Oh, you sound just like my father. Always warning me about danger, even in dreams. He's an Intellitron, so his dream entry methods are different from us organics. Can't count on him to protect me if something does go haywire. Funny, right now I'm still under his protection. How ironic.
Hey, stay positive. Gold will always shine one day, right? The Devil of Soulglad, Dangers in the Dream, and Nightmare Ghosts. Well, surely death is a popular topic in this sweet dream granted by the family. I've collected a bunch of rumors, but no useful clues. The gems in my bag are running low. Well, let's see if my last lucky interviewee brings some surprises.
Remember what I said. You Sigonians are better off hiding in the sewers. Look at you, snooping around and sticking your nose everywhere. Is the smell of death so enticing, my fine fellow?
Oh, it's you, masked fool. I should have guessed it. You're the imposter who appeared on TV after Robin's death, right?
I heard you got caught by the family. I gave you a clear clue. Befriend a mute. Simple and straightforward, you know? And what did you do? You messed it up and ended up as their prisoner. I told you to make friends with a mute, not become one yourself. You really let me down.
What do you mean?
You know better than I do. Who watched the little songbird that couldn't sing perish right before their eyes? You did, Blondie.
No, I mean... What did you mean by becoming one myself?
Well, it means you'll soon end up like her, unable to speak ever again. But it's a good thing if you ask me, because...
Because I'm getting closer to the truth, right?
Oh?
Why else do you think I'm handing out cheap trinkets all over the streets, fool? All part of the act. Fool's bait. The more pathetic I seem, the more likely you'll come sniffing around. So, now that I've drawn you out, will you reward me with an answer for my efforts?
Why should I help you?
Don't you want to see Penacony descend into... chaos? Well, I can make that happen. I just need an answer to one question. Back then, when you asked me to find a mute, did you really mean Robin?
And what if I say no?
Then I'll thank you. Oh, the word no has never sounded so pleasing.
Well done. I admit I underestimated you, but what difference would it make? Let me tell you something. There were 2 mutes, but one is dead now, and the other, though he's still in Penacony, I'm afraid you'll never find him again.
Now I'm completely sure that I was on the right track from the beginning and never strayed, fool. Right now, there are only 2 things missing from my grasp. The meaning behind the truth, and the means to expose it.
How impressive. That's quite a fancy way of saying I haven't learned anything so far.
Not exactly. I've gathered enough clues to prove its existence, and that's enough for me. As for the answers to my questions, I'll find them within 16 system hours.
Oh, really? Only 16 system hours? Well, let me lend you a hand. Here you go. This is my precious, mutually assured destruction button, and I have one just like it. When either of us presses it, the other and the whole of Penacony will go up in smoke. If you're really so desperate for the IPC to take over Penacony, blowing up the chessboard isn't a bad idea. Start from scratch. That's where the IPC excels, right? Just press the button when you're at your wit's end. And of course, feel free to reach out to me for my hospice care, too.
Oh, a deadly button, huh? Well, I guess the family didn't take your threat seriously at all. Otherwise, how on earth did you manage to bring it in here?
I have my own ways. That's all you need to know.
Well, I'm afraid I'll have to decline your offer. Who knows if your little gadget will actually work. By the way, I have no plans to search for the other mute friend you speak of, but it's good to hear that he's still here in Penacony. I'll handle the rest myself. I'll orchestrate a grand finale for the downfall of the family. And at the climax, the walls will crumble, people will wake up, and those who couldn't speak will find their voices again. When that time comes, go ahead, press the button, light up the sky with a magnificent fireworks display for me. Catch you later, fool.
You're still talking big, but sure, if that happens, I'll stay true to my word. Just don't let me down now, okay?
So, number 35. You're back. Like your new lucky charm?
Can a commodity code really be considered a lucky charm?
Silence! I didn't give you permission to speak, you Sigonian hound. The guys in black didn't say much, so I've no idea what you did to save your skin in that massacre back in the day. But I figured you must have had good luck, so I bought you. From now on, you and your good luck are my assets. Are we clear? Your first task is simple. In addition to you, I've purchased 34 other slaves. Go and play a game with them. You came out alive after 2 days. It proves that you are the real deal.
You're insane.
Testing out if you're a good product.
Aren't you worried that the money you spent on me will go to waste?
I've got stacks on stacks, Blondie. The slave market is never short of self-righteous brats like you. But you look good, and that's why many customers are betting their fortunes on a scrawny brat like you. So go along now, and don't let your master down.
How much did you spend?
What?
My price. How much did you pay for me?
Huh. You really want to know? Well, it was 60 Tanba. No more, no less.
I'll take my chances. 30 Tanba. If I come back alive, you'll give me 30 Tanba. Deal?
Are you trying to strike a bet with me? Oh, you've got some guts. Yeah, sorry, but that won't do. Don't forget your place, slave. You're not qualified to be at the table. You're just a chip. A life thrown away in someone else's hands. Either you come back with more chips for your master, or you never come back. It's all or nothing. Don't embarrass me, my lucky hound.
What brings you here, Gallagher?
Some friends from the old days. Do you have a moment to spare, Siobhan?
Oh, I have the whole day to spare. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dream Jolt Hostelry. This bar offers a wide variety of drinks, but we draw the line at Soul Glad. Why settle for ordinary when you can experience extraordinary? We're dedicated to serving up nothing but pure joy and laughter. What would you like to drink? I'll whip it up for you.
Oh, look! A lady as cool as Serval.
Who's Serval? Will you, introduce me to her? Huh?
Oops. She's heard us.
Just spare them, my esteemed bartender. I'll take over the bar today. I'm getting up there in age, and I need some practice before I forget the skills that used to put food on my table. Where did you stash the ingredients?
They're all under the counter. Since our guests have traveled from afar, shouldn't you whip up some special drinks?
That's exactly what I had in mind. Hey, my friends, do me a favor. Go around the bar and bring me any ingredients you fancy. The discussion might take quite some time, so I'll prepare some customized, non-alcoholic drinks for you.
In the bar? But aren't all the ingredients right there on the counter?
Why, we're in a dream, my lovely lady. You can help yourself to anything if you wish for it. Comfort, hunger, confusion, or even boredom. It's all within reach, right at your fingertips.
Oh, did you hear that? She just called me my lovely lady.
Even in reality, mixing drinks is more than just throwing ingredients together. A bartender needs to capture the bar's atmosphere, master technique, and spin a tale of mystery and anticipation.
Only then can a perfect drink crafted with a customer's life story be created.
In other words, what you get from your drink is down to luck, so don't overthink it. Indecisiveness has no place when it comes to enjoyment.
Back to Trailblazer POV. A little early.
Hard work pays off.
That gonna be? Numby's a pro.
Ooh, free stuff.
First sticker in a while. Wow. First time I'm able to play the game in a bit, too. That's the bad thing about doing these quests all at once. Then like 5.5 hours of cutscenes. Not really. We started the quest like 2 hours into the stream, so it's kind of to be expected. Oh, it's getting stuck up there, I see. There we go. That'll do it. Meditation.
Check out this bottle. The liquid inside looks beautiful. And the label reads Dream Syrup, thick. I don't see an expiration date, but the production date is half an amber era ago. Ugh, drinking this stuff can't lead to anything good. That's for sure. Ugh, the syrup is turned clumpy. I definitely don't want to drink this, even if it's not expired.
Did you find the bottle of syrup I've been hoarding? Don't worry, it's all just a dream and it won't upset your stomach. It's been aging for years and should have a refined taste by now. Feel free to have some. It's perfect for entertaining lovely guests like you.
Ugh, then we'll keep it for now. Hey, look at all these chips scattered everywhere.
A few days ago, an actor from the Iris family came. Caused a ruckus with Siobhan. Those chips must have gotten scattered during all the chaos. Nah, it turned out to be a landslide victory.
That being said, opening a bar in this place, filled with monsters, is quite a feat. Siobhan must have a lot of tricks up her sleeve, right?
You'll have to ask her yourself to find out. But I have a feeling she won't budge unless you impress her with an incredible drink.
That's quite a stash. Not sure if it's enough.
Stay out of my way. I'm looking for Siobhan.
Uh-huh? What's all the commotion about?
That door opening sound. Yeah, what the heck is that? Picking up. Whoa! Shoot at me. Don't make my frame rate disappear as well.
Haven't I made myself clear enough, Miss Amiki? The Dream Jolt Hostelry only welcomes guests who want to enjoy a drink to their heart's content. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in your proposal.
But you have the talent. You'll attract a huge audience. You're destined for the Iris' stage, not for this rundown shack. Come with me. We'll become the talk of Penacony, a shining light into every corner of the dreamscape. Please, Siobhan, I really need you.
As you see, I'm entertaining my guests. Don't make me repeat myself.
Fine. If you don't come along, I'll just sit here and not go anywhere else. Give me a sparkling drink. Sweet. With extra ice.
Just one moment.
What's her deal? We can't discuss the case with other people hanging around the bar.
Hey, can you do that clockwork trick of yours again?
Yeah, on you.
You're one of Siobhan's guests, right? What can I do for you? If you're here to convince me to leave, please stop it. I'll never leave until she accepts my proposal. I just don't get why she won't leave this place. This rundown shack with no customers whatsoever. I've seen it. The moment when Siobhan and I share the stage. The crowd is going wild, applause crashing like waves, the aroma of irises fills the air. A beautiful melody playing, ribbons dancing around us, and the taste is sweeter than honey. I've seen that scene countless times in my dreams, and every time it mesmerizes me. That's why I have to bring her back to that world, no matter what it takes. Want to raise a glass, my attentive listener? Let's consider it a toast to my far-fetched dream.
She's still not leaving. Maybe I'll have to try again.
I just don't get why she... Those darn Iris jerks! They're the ones who forced Siobhan into hiding here, running this pesky bar. It's all their dirty scheming. Huh. I get it now. She's not leaving because she doesn't want to run into them again. I can help clear the way for her. I can do her a favor. I'll go back and write a letter to the Dream Master exposing the crimes committed by the Iris family. Siobhan will definitely appreciate it. I just don't get why she...
Guess I'm sad again.
It's ridiculous, right? Our paths were never meant to cross, yet I'm still holding on to her. I'm too timid and shy, longing to shine but afraid of stepping into the spotlight. I need her guidance because I'll never be able to do anything alone. You don't know Siobhan's past, and you have no clue how radiant she used to be. Even among the talented Iris family, her skill was unmatched. I know she probably thinks I'm just trying to ride her fame to get ahead. But all I want is for her to reclaim her place. Well, talking to you has got me feeling a bit down. My thoughts are swirling, making my mind clear, and bringing tears to my eyes. Maybe I should find a place to reflect on what Siobhan truly means to me. Here's the payment for the drinks. Please, Pass it on to her. I'm leaving now.
Amaki has left? That's good for her. Radiant dreams may be enticing, but they're nothing more than dreams. Her drink is on the house. Please keep the money. When you're ready, go to Gallagher. I can tell he's itching to show off his skills.
It's Soul Glad! But I thought they didn't sell Soul Glad at the bar. Let's give it a shake. Nice, it's still fizzy and has a long shelf life. That's possible. You see Soul Glad everywhere these days, so it wouldn't be a surprise if someone brought a bottle here. Why don't they sell Soul Glad in this bar? Did something happen?
It's all about the bartender's pride. It wouldn't make sense for customers to come here and order drinks they can find anywhere else. That's the mindset I use when I brew my coffee.
You're right, Himeko.
Speaking of here, don't have anything to say, I guess. Any other ingredients nearby? Number, you find anything? Not treasure? What treasure is in this place? Holy, this place is huge. Oh, it's because we're in... I guess that's where you get Gallagher's, essential materials right next to the bar.
You fool!
Existence is unity. Let's evaluate liquidation!
Hedge your bets.
Just 0 points.
Watch your head.
Go Nuppy!
Sure, I'll play along.
Answer me. Fail.
Some value, I suppose.
Project wrapped.
Not even close. We're not even close there.
Feeling lucky.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Liquidation! Right! Investing
in victory means playing the long game!
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. All in.
Just 0 points.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Answer me. Feel.
All in.
Go Nuppy!
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
Just 0 points. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
All in.
0 points. Answer me. Feel.
Liquidation!
Just 0 points.
Watch your head. All in.
Go Nuppy!
Answer me. Feel.
Watch your head.
Eternal.
Just 0 points.
No dirty trick. All in. Watch your head.
Liquidation!
Answer me. Feel.
All in. No dirty tricks. Watch your head.
Go Nuppy!
Just 0 points.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. All in.
Existence is unity. All will be swept away by the wind.
Answer me.
Not bad AI getting me an achievement. Where's the stagnant shadow? Oh, I'm just not in the right place. Can't really pass this up. So.
Eternal.
Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
Liquidation! Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Test. Freedom.
No dirty tricks, alright. Watch your head.
0 points.
No dirty tricks, alright.
Freedom.
Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all.
Answer me. 0 points.
Watch your head.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Ah.
Go Nuppy!
Test.
Existence is unity.
Liquidation! Right! Investing in victory means playing the long game!
Ah.
Answer me. Freedom. Knowledge, the measure of truth and falsehood.
No dirty tricks, alright. Bust. Or maybe I'll take it all. Watch your head.
0 points. Freedom.
All will be swept away by the wind.
Go Nuppy!
Test. 0 points.
Good job, Lumby. Give me the easy pieces. Hold on, I gotta go back and pick up this chest.
Ooh, free stuff.
Yeah, I'm hoping that, so gonna be quite a lot of achievements to collect and stuff after I finish the story. I'm trying to rush through the story as quickly as I can because I would like to be able to do all the side quests and stuff just to see how many pools that gets me away from getting Robin if I don't get her before. Don't shoot at me. Anyway, I apparently went like the wrong way multiple times, I guess. I don't know.
Can this be used for mixing drinks? Oh, and there's a note underneath. Exchange with your precious things. Oh, what should we exchange for it? And who should we give our stuff to? changing. Happiness belongs to the noble. Does this mean we can take it? Doing good deeds does pay off. Thank you.
Cycled. I mean, I got it back. Oh, apparently that was everything. Well, it took me a
That
little
being
while.
said, mixing a drink is way simpler than you'd imagine. Just pick your favorite ingredients, toss them in a glass, mix it up, and it's done. So go ahead, explore the bar, and bring me any ingredients you prefer. Nice work. Let me take a look. You found some interesting ingredients there. Now take your pick. Each drink has its own unique flavor, and the base ingredient sets the tone for the initial taste and the lingering aftertaste. So, which one would you like to use as the base?
If that. What was a
You
reference to
won't find a
anything?
sweeter drink anywhere in Penacony. And that's what today's dream seekers crave. Now that you've chosen the base, it's time to pick the adjunct. The ingredient that'll create a marvelous chemical reaction with the base. It should give an unforgettable taste without overpowering the main tone. So, what's your choice for the adjunct? Bright future. A taste that's been a long time coming. I'll never forget the flavor that danced on my tongue as Mikhail whisked me through the dreamscape wilderness. Those were haunting times. Too beautiful to be real.
Yeah.
Mikhail.
Almost there. Let's pick a decoration. Which style do you prefer? Anything you need, I've got it. Concentric circles. May you always remember where you started. Well, it's done. Here's to you, Dream Seeker, with this glass of El Dorado. To golden dreams.
Well done, Gallagher. You're not over the hill yet.
So, are you satisfied?
Oh, the flavors. They're way more sophisticated than Soulglad.
The richness and layers of these flavors are a masterpiece, especially with the adjuncts. I can taste the spicy and sour notes with a hint of sweetness. I'm not entirely sure what it all means. Maybe Mr. Gallagher can shed some light on it.
Well, if you're expecting a profound answer, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. The imagery it implies is pretty straightforward. It's just a glimpse of what this dream truly tastes like. Nothing more.
Does this true taste have anything to do with that Mikhail?
Yeah, that name does sound familiar. When you got knocked out by that masked fool girl, I think I heard someone calling that name. Do you remember?
I was right about you. You guys seem to know quite a bit. And now there's no reason to hide anything from you anymore. Let's dig deeper into the case, and of course, I'll tell you a story about Mikhail. All right, let's start with what we know based on the clues the family has. It seems that Firefly isn't a local or an invited guest. In other words, she's a stowaway. She managed to fool me at first. My age must be getting the best of me. But here on the planet of festivities, stowaways are common sight. You're bound to run into one sooner or later. After the incident, the Hounds wasted no time searching for that girl in both the dreamscape and reality. But here's the thing. We only received bad news, and the trickiest kind at that. She simply vanished, leaving no trace in the dreamscape or reality, as if she had never come to Penacony at all.
Huh? Does that mean...
That's impossible. The problem now is not that she's dead, but that it's as if she had never existed in the first place. Let me be frank. This case, actually, is unlike anything the Bloodhound family has dealt with before.
Dealt with before? So, death does happen in Penacony, if I understand correctly.
You've witnessed it, so there's no need to hide. Even the shiniest city has its dark side. We're all adults here. Surely I don't need to explain too much to you. Confronting the family based on that alone would be naive. Death may occur in sweet dreams. So what? Such events are highly unlikely and only affect a tiny number of people. If you really want to delve deeper into this case, you need to understand the true problem with the family.
I guess it's time to tell the story of that Mikhail.
You're very perceptive. The Astral Express has received that music box too, right? Do you know the secrets it holds?
There's a message. Witness the impossible in the realm of dreams. Find the legacy of the Watchmaker, father of Penacony, and thus the answer to the question, why does life slumber?
That's the exact wording.
Hey, why are you laughing? Wait, did you write it? It's quite poetic.
No, but I'm the officer in charge of this case. So how could I not know? I'm sure you must have noticed that this message didn't come from the family. You might have even guessed that the relationship between the family and the Watchmaker isn't as close as it seems.
That's just our speculation. Actually, it's hard to believe that the father of Penacony and its actual managers are at odds.
Now I can assure you that your speculation is absolutely correct. The family has considered the Watchmaker an enemy for a long time, but the Hounds haven't been able to track him down, as he seems to be living only in the characters and stories he created. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever wondered why the family allowed the Watchmaker to send out such a ridiculous message to the outside world, inviting you here and causing chaos?
So, you want to seize this opportunity to expose the Watchmaker?
Well, now you understand why the Oak family authorized the Nameless to assist in the investigation, but kept you in the dark, right? Because the Watchmaker is not the legend of the land of the dreams at all. He's the most shameful stain in the history of Penacony, and he's the root cause of all the anomalies in the dreamscape. You don't get it? Well, I mean, Mikhail, the betrayer of the family, he's the Watchmaker. Here we are, Clock Studios theme park, the most popular entertainment center in Penacony.
Wait, aren't we supposed to be discussing the Watchmaker? I would have expected you to take us to maybe a library or an archive room of sorts. But an amusement park?
The culture of a city reflects its history in the most authentic way. To you, it's a fun place. But to me, it's a prison for the planet's past. You know that Penacony used to be the IPC's prison planet, right? All the prisoners were brought here. helping the Garden of Recollection salvage the leaking memoria from the macro void. The prolonged exposure to high concentrations of memoria caused a unique phenomenon. The dreams of countless prisoners intersected and overlapped, and people started meeting each other in their dreams, living lives that were almost identical to reality. But everything has a price, and sweet dreams are no exception. In the end, the dream world was unable to alleviate the suffering of prisoners in reality. One of the prisoners broke free from the IPC shackles and fought for freedom. He is Hanu, the great leader of Dreamville, the great peacemaker, and the faithful companion of the underdogs. History is always written by the winners. However, it's undeniable that Clocky is an animation that draws from Penacony's actual history. These characters not only exist in Dreamville, but also in the distant past. Once you realize this, you'll understand why we're here.
There are so many members of the Bloodhound family around here.
They just received a lockdown order, supposedly from Sunday himself. Who knows what it's for?
Hold on a second there, Numby. I'm getting a lot of achievements now.
Investing here is like a bet.
But yeah, even though it's been a good run, we're gonna go ahead and get Robin real quick. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat dinner because I'm hungry. It's been 6 hours and 15 minutes of streaming cutscenes. Sorry that I can't really, like, I don't want to talk over the cutscenes. I can't really provide much commentary except for in the small between moments like these. And even then, there's not really much to say because I'm still wanting to see how the story unfolds myself because I have been avoiding spoilers. Well, most spoilers at least, even though I do pay attention to leaks. I don't know why I avoid story spoilers, but I'm like, okay, I know all these characters exist, but I don't know like what they do or how they relate to the story at all. And please don't interrupt me when I'm trying to do my outro thing to eat. But yeah, like I'm aware of a lot of things that exist. Like I know. Okay, I won't say what I want to say to avoid certain spoilers, but there's some things of one of the characters that were mentioned in this that haven't been revealed yet. I do know what their concept art looks like, related to some characters that have already existed in the game and stuff. And yeah, I'm interested to see if they will show up in the story because I don't know. I know that there's concept art of them, not concert. But yeah, I know there's concept art of them, but I'm not sure if they'll actually show up in the story or not, just yet. I'm sure that they'll be in it eventually. But yeah, when I get back, I might switch over to the Kafka team so I can clear out stuff faster, to be honest. I might even just put Aventurine on the Kafka team so that way I can just use them on both sides without having to worry about it. But I also want to have Topaz. I guess I'll just swap out Ratio for Kafka. Wouldn't be the worst idea. It would speed up defeating the enemies around here quite a bit. But yeah, I'm gonna go, and then I'll try to get I'll try to see what my pity is when I get back to it, just so that way I can see like how many pools I've already done. Because we hit the pity reset yesterday by pulling E2 Welt. I'm interested to see how many pulls I've already done in between now and then, because I'm sure that I've got like a lot more that I'm going to be able to do, so that'll all be speculating to see if I'm going to have to spend on another top-up or not for Robin. So yeah, because I'll see everyone in the next one.